Mr. Cunningham, have you spoken with Ms. Maishan regarding today's case?
No.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Bailey.
Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize. Construction traffic was a little rough this morning.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you for calling Heather and letting her know that you will be late. I was just waiting for Mr. Bitar to come back. He had already spoken to a few people. I was just waiting to see if we could get some of them.
Yes, Your
called.
Honor. I think he said that he was here and that he'd meet me in a breakout room.
He's in your, he's
Yep.
in your, yeah.
All right, I'm
He's
gonna
in
go
your
join
meeting
him
room
in.
right now.
Ma'am?
He's in your meeting room right
Okay.
now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Before you go, oh, Miss Bailey, before you go, on your Walton file, 22. That was so close, Mary Ann.
I'm so sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, no, ma'am. I was starting to say in 220371 SM, this is State of Michigan versus Wesley Walton. The matter was scheduled this morning for show cause arraignment pre-trial. It was scheduled at 8 o'clock this morning. It's now 8:34 by the court's clock. Your complainant, Mr. Jarbo, has been here since 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Because Mr. Walton is not appear, we are a half an hour past his scheduled appearance time. The court will deem him as having failed to appear again. How do you wish to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, people would request a KPS.
Bench warrant shall issue in this matter 5,010%. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Jarbo, you are free to go, sir. If this matter is rescheduled on the bench warrant, you will receive notice, okay?
Thank you very much.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
We are just waiting for Edmonds to appear. I'll get your case called. It's not scheduled till 8:45.
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually gave him
You're
the
welcome,
wrong the wrong Zoom link. I gave him the Zoom link for last time, so he should be here in a second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I have a
Our staff
deviation.
will, our
Oh.
staff will move you into her waiting room.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, can you join the prosecutor in her waiting room, please? Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Shirley.
Hello,
How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. I'm sorry I'm a little late. I thought I was in the meeting already.
You're not a little late. You're actually early. Actually, you're scheduled at 8:45. It's only 8:38 by my clock.
Oh, it says to be in the room by 15 minutes prior.
That's just to make sure you're connected. They'll verify your address, your phone number, and that information. I don't know if somebody's already done that with you.
Okay.
Were you looking to speak with the court-appointed attorney this morning?
I don't know. It was a mislabel on the vehicle when we bought it.
We're not talking about the case yet. We're talking about whether or not you want the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Maybe not. Mr. Edmonds, your attorney is here. If you sit tight, he'll be back out. We'll get your case called shortly.
Okay,
Judge,
thank you.
I need to put him in with Michelle.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Mitchell Lewis, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Lucas.
I'm sorry. You should see an invitation to join a breakout room. You
Okay.
see that? Miss Littlejohn?
Yes.
Hi, do you see the invitation to join the breakout room?
Yes.
Can you please click on that?
Okay.
Thanks.
Were you ready to proceed on Edmonds?
Yes,
He's
Your
in
Honor.
our clerk waiting room to confirm his information, but sir, if you have that accurate, updated information.
I should have all of his information. Well, I mean, it's not for me. I don't need his information. I have his cell phone. I have his father's cell phone. I have his address.
Sir, I'm conveying to you, that's why he's not back yet. He is
Okay.
in the clerk's waiting room. Once she's gone in and verified his information, they'll send him back out to the main session. We'll get the case called. Mr. Bitar, what were you ready to proceed on, sir?
Judge, I am ready on Corey Mitchell Lucas and Andrew Polgar.
This is 22WM001820T and sorry. Let's try that again. This is 2S40516222BST. This is State of Michigan versus Corey Lucas. May I have your appearances, please?
You said
Morning,
my
Your Honor.
what?
Greg Bailey,
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Corey Mitchell Lucas. He's present on Zoom. Mr. Mitchell Lucas, state your name for the record.
Corey Wade Mitchell Lucas.
Judge, we'll waive a formal reading, stand mute, and we do have a resolution.
That resolution is,
He's going to plead responsible to double parking with the stipulated fine of $200.
sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear affirm testimony you're giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to the court-appointed attorney this morning,
Yes.
and it's your intention to plead responsible to the added count of double parking, understanding that the misdemeanor will be dismissed?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that the court accepts your plea in this matter, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, you can put your hand down.
I'm just outside too. The rain starting to come.
Oh, I thought you still had your hand up from the swear to. And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
No, ma'am.
You're pleading responsible because you are responsible.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on May the 9th, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. The misdemeanor operating with no license or multiple licenses will be dismissed. The court will assess the $200 agreed to by and between the parties. The only additional fee is $50 show cost for your failure to appear previously. Are you able to pay that within the next 5 days?
No, can I have like a month?
Sir, how much can you pay in the next 5 days?
I don't get paid again till the 21st.
I was gonna send you to our collections room to set up a payment plan, but I see that nobody is there. What you can do is go onto the court's website. There is a contact us button. You click on that button, you can submit a payment plan, or you can call the court, set a payment plan, or come to the court and set a payment plan. You already owe $200 on another speeding ticket, so you can put both of those payments into a singular payment plan, okay?
Okay.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bitar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey? Nope. Sir, good luck to you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
This is 22BL00375SM. This is State of Michigan versus Andrew Polgar. May I have your appearance, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Andrew Polgar, Your Honor. He is present on Zoom. Mr. Polgar, can you state your name for the record, please?
Andrew Polgar.
Your Honor, we'll waive a
Today's
formal
the day and
reading.
time set for the show cause arraignment pretrial in this matter. I'm sorry, Mr. Bitar, what were you saying?
Judge, I'm sorry to cut you off. I was just going to waive a formal reading, stand mute, and then we do have a resolution.
And what is that resolution, please?
He will plead to the civil infraction, no proof of insurance.
Mr. Polgar, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You put your hand down. You were able to speak with the court-appointed attorney this morning,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's your intention to enter a plea of responsible to the civil infraction of no proof of insurance.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf and see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you pleading responsible because you are responsible?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on May 5th, 2022, in the city of Belleville, you were found to be operating a vehicle with no proof of insurance on your person?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the civil infraction of no proof of insurance. Any comment on fines and costs, Mr. Bitar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Sir, the court's gonna assess total fines and costs of $250. That includes a $50 show cause fee. Are you prepared to pay that within the next 5 days?
Yeah, I can pay it right now.
The file won't be processed instantaneously, so I would say pay within the next, by the end of the week, so by Friday.
Okay.
Anything
Where do I-
else in this matter, Mr. Bitar? I'm sorry.
Nothing
Where
in
do I
this
go to
matter,
pay
Your
that?
Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Polgar, what were you asking, sir?
Where do I go to pay that?
You pay it at the courthouse, 11129 Wayne Road in city
Oh, I
of
can just go in the
Romulus. Or you
courthouse?
Go online and pay, there's fees associated. I'm sorry.
I can just go into the courthouse and just pay it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You can walk, I'm sorry, yes, you can walk right up to the counter and they'll pay it, give you a receipt showing that it's paid.
Okay.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Maishan, did you need to speak to Mr. Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be lovely. I haven't had the privilege of speaking with him yet.
Thank you. Mr. Bitar, were you saying something?
Judge, I have to step out and do a couple of in-person sentences. I should be back in about 5 minutes, okay?
Thank you much. Good morning, Ms. Nelson.
Good morning, Your Honor. I thought I was supposed to be in Judge Green's courtroom this morning, but it doesn't appear that she's having a docket.
I don't know if she's having a docket.
Okay. Do you
She's not
have?
having the kind of docket that you would be sitting on, I don't think. You have me with Osborne at 8:45.
Okay, well then that's where, okay, good. And you have Asia Moore, Jessica Bird, and Stephanie Hawkins as well?
See, now you're doing pop quizzes with me and I don't have everybody's name memorized. So if, I don't think that Judge Green has a docket.
Yes, Your
The
Honor,
kind of
those are
docket
all,
that you would be sitting on, does she?
I don't believe so. Those are all files on Your Honor's docket.
All right, great. Sorry.
That's okay. Oh, Mr. Edmonds, thank you. This is, hold on, thank you, 220368 FY, State of Michigan versus Edmonds. May I have your appearances, please?
Rakai Edmonds. Oh, not
Your Honor,
you
Bryn
yet.
Bailey.
Oh, go
Bryn
ahead.
Bailey, sorry. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P840009.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Your Honor. Will Hickey, MP 81520 on behalf of Mr. Edmonds, who is appearing via Zoom. Would you state your name for the record, Mr. Edmonds?
Rakai Edmonds.
Thank you. You consent to having this hearing today via Zoom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today's a date time set for a PCC. Last time I asked for an adjournment so that I could seek a deviation through Mr. William Heafy. I did send that deviation out to Mr. Heafy. I believe it was June 14th or 15th. I still don't have an answer, unfortunately, or fortunately. I was gone on my honeymoon for the past 2 weeks, so I didn't really have anyone to reach out to Mr. Heafy, try to bother him a bit. So I'm asking for one more adjournment to try to get an answer here. If I could have the 17th of next month, I believe that's your docket. We should be able to resolve this, Your Honor.
Your response, Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, I have no objection to another adjournment. Mr. Heafy, I do see, did respond asking for us to set it after the 4th. However, I don't see any other response or request from Mr. Heafy from to myself requesting the file or anything of that matter. I will see him on Friday, and I can try to push some things through Friday, as well as basically Friday. This is the last day I'm in the Frank Murphy for a little bit, but I can speak with him on Friday and again try to get this moving forward again for us.
And I'd reach
You
out
said
to him
one-
before
You
Friday.
said 1 month, sir. That puts us, excuse me, that puts us on August the 10th, which is actually Judge Green.
Oh, okay, that works for me.
I just need a time from the court staff.
Yeah, it'll be at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
August 10th at 9 o'clock in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor, nothing else from the people.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Edmonds?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Edmonds, you're all set, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll give you a call, Mr. Edmonds. Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you.
Did you need to speak to the prosecutor, Ms. Maishan?
Other than to request discovery, no, Judge, because in truth, I don't know any details about the case.
I am
This is
getting it over to
22
you right now.
This
Lovely.
is 220478 FT, excuse me, State of Michigan versus Cunningham. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167. And it is my privilege to represent dear Mr. Cunningham this morning. We've had a lovely conversation, Your Honor. I do not have discovery in this matter. Generally speaking, once I get discovery, I'd like to speak with my client regarding that and make an educated decision as to whether or not a preliminary examination is going to be necessary. We would be requesting a brief adjournment of the PCC with the court's permission. I don't think prosecution is going to have a strong objection to that.
Mr. Cunningham, state your name for the record, sir.
Tyrese Cunningham Jr.
Thank you. And Ms. Maishan, brief adjournment is how long? How many weeks are you looking for?
1,
Oh, if we have space available on July the 20th,
At 8:30?
that's fine.
July 20th, 2022 at 8:30 back here in number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, just Ms. Michon, I have sent you all discovery. Let me know if you have any issues, okay?
Of course, does that include the digital discovery? Because obviously in a fleeing and looting, I'm expecting some pretty video.
Yes, ma'am, it does include all of the video.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day. Mr. Cunningham, you're all set, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Judge, I believe I also had somebody by the name of Raina James, unless that retained.
You are correct. That is scheduled at 8:30. This is 220490 FY, State of Michigan versus Raina James.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167, on behalf of Ms. James. Your Honor, my understanding is this was scheduled for 8:30. I am checking the Wayne County jail list. They're not listed on the jail list. I have no explanation why they are not present.
This matter having been scheduled at 8:30, it now being 8:57 a.m. by the court's clock, defendant having failed to appear. Ms. Bailey, how do you wish to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for a KPS.
Ms. Maishan, any comment?
Judge, we would ask for a 1-week adjournment as I have not spoken with her. I don't know if she was given the date or has access to the court. I am coming back next week on Mr. Cunningham's matter. Would the court consider adjourning it for 1 week?
We will adjourn it 1 week to July 20th, 2022. At what time?
10 o'clock.
At 10 a.m. back here in number 1. I will note for the record that this court actually is the one that arraigned Ms. James previously. I would have indicated to her on the record that this was the date and time for the arraignment. I'm sorry, for the
Judge,
PCC.
I'm
that her
sorry,
son-
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I just got a phone call that she is trying to get in right now. She's in the court. So they're trying she's in the courthouse.
She's trying to get, she's
Trying-
downstairs.
Yep, she's trying to sign on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Maishan, if you sit tight, when she gets in, we'll get you mated up with her and get the case recalled here shortly.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Is Mr. Nunley back? No, okay.
Mr.
Um,
Nunley he sent a
Not
message.
Mr. Nunley. Oh, no, not Mr.
Oh.
Nunley, Mr. Batar. I saw Mr. Nunley, so I was thinking him, but I was looking for Mr. Batar because we had these MIDC people. Mr. Washington,
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
good morning. Have we seen Mr. Yakes?
I believe Mr. Yates is in custody.
Yes, he's remanded at the Wayne County Jail, Judge.
Mhm.
I have not seen the jail yet this morning. Let's see if we can get a hold of somebody and get him on the screen here.
Okay.
Want to go, Ms. James, you're going to go into a breakout room with your attorney. When you come back out, don't have gum in your mouth, please.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Batar,
Judge, I'm trying to get Miss McCullough into my meeting room. I don't know if Mary Ann can help me out. I tried to move her. I don't know if she's still there, but I'm not able to get her into the room. Miss McCullough, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you press the invitation when it pops up to join the meeting room?
Okay.
Thank you.
is there nothing ready?
I don't
No,
think so.
okay.
The person who's identified as Brian J., can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you need to join the breakout room, please.
How do I do that? Oh, I see it. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is 2S405089 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Deborah Kroom. These matters were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:02 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Mr. Bitar, you had a chance to speak with Ms. McCullough.
Yes, Judge, we're ready on that.
This is, thank you, sir. This is 2S4046633ST. This is State of Michigan versus Jamila McCullough. May I have your appearances, please?
Daniel Bitar on behalf of Ms. McCullough, Your Honor. She's present on Zoom. Ma'am, can you state your name for the record, please?
Amelia Matisha Shard.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Bitar, how are we proceeding?
Judge will waive a form reading, stand mute, and she is going to plead to, she's currently charged with misdemeanor unregistered vehicle. She will plead to the civil infraction unregistered vehicle.
Ms. McCullough, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to meet with the court-appointed attorney this morning,
yes,
and is your understanding that you will be entering a plea of responsible to the civil infraction unregistered vehicle?
yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
No, I haven't.
Ma'am, is it true that on May 11, 2022, in the city of Romulus, you were driving an unregistered vehicle?
Yes,
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Bailey? Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of
I'm
responsibility.
satisfied. Sorry, Your Honor.
No worries, ma'am. To the civil infraction of civil infraction of unregistered vehicle. Any comments as to fines and costs in this matter, Mr. Bitar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ma'am, the court will impose fines and costs of $200. There's a $50 show cost fee for a total of $250. Are you able to pay that amount within 5 days?
no, ma'am. My next date is on the 22nd of this month.
22nd?
Yes,
So you can pay it by the 27th.
yes.
$250 due by July the 27th, ma'am. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. So recall of 220490 FY, State of Michigan versus James. Your appearances, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bram Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167. And I have the pleasure of representing Ms. James, Your Honor. Your Honor, the defense does not have discovery in the matter. Obviously, this date is supposed to have some tangible meaning. So we would request a brief adjournment, perhaps only 1 week. I am sure Ms. Bailey will be getting me the discovery. I can have a decent conversation regarding the allegations with Ms. James, and then we can go forward and make an educated decision as to whether or not we wish to hold our preliminary examination.
Gum out of
Yes.
your mouth, please, Ms. James. The court will make an indication that discovery's been, gum out of your mouth, please. The court's made an indication that discovery has been requested. How long of an adjournment are you looking for, Ms. Maishan?
1 week, Judge. I
We'll
know
leave
Ms.
that
Bailey
July
to be very
22,
diligent.
2022. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I said I know Ms. Bailey to be quite diligent about getting the discovery to me. So I have no hesitation that 1 week would be just fine.
We'll leave that original date, that July 20th, 2022 at 10 a.m. back here in courtroom number 1 with me. We'll leave that date in place.
Yes,
Thank
Anything
you
else,
so
Ms.
much.
Bailey?
Your Honor, I have sent paper over to Ms. Michonne's office this morning. Additionally, I have made the request for any digital discovery that might be available to the officer in charge this morning. I anticipate having it in time for next week's date.
Thank you. Then we're all set in this matter. Ms. James, you may leave that breakout, that Zoom room. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge. A lovely day to you and your staff as always.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
Mr. Nunley, were we ready with something?
He was just sending in his clients.
Oh. His client what, ma'am?
His client is not here yet.
Yeah, I just
Thank
tried to
you.
call her, Judge, but the phone number that I had for her is no longer a working number. She did call my office, so like, I think we spoke last week. So,
Who's that in Wayne County, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Deputy Pravanshi. I have Aisha Moore. We're just a little early.
I asked Mary Ann for
Thank
a
you.
breakout room with Ms. Moore.
Marianne will get you moved into a breakout room, Ms. Nelson. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Person who has Wade Carter, identified as Wade Carter, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you please join the breakout room?
yeah, I went, but everybody left. I'm not understanding what's going on right now.
There should be an invitation to join a breakout room. If you could just please click on that.
Once I see it, I will. I'm not
This is-
seeing it.
This is 2S 4051831 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Gerald Gibson. The matters were scheduled this morning for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:11 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Insurance shall issue in both files 5,000, 10%. Mr. Batar, were you ready with something?
Judge, I'm ready on Kaylin Connors. That's APA Mosisian's case. I don't think did she come out of the breakout room? I don't think she did.
Why does it look like she's in the breakout room with Connors? Now they're coming out.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is 220489 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Kaylin Connors. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Judge. Sonam Mofsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Connors, P62191. Ms. Connors is present on Zoom. Ms. Connors, can you state your name for the record, please?
Kaylin Connors.
Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Judge, this is my first chance to talk to Ms. Connors. I'm asking the prosecutor to send me discovery and to have this matter set for a final pretrial at a later date where the complainant must appear.
Judge, I would request that it be a pretrial just because this date, it's my understanding it was set to today just because of the contact that the court had already had with the complainant. And therefore I didn't have a chance to review anything myself either because it was just to reschedule it. If we can set it out to another pretrial, that would give me a little bit more time.
It looks like the out county arraignment just happened on July the 4th, so we will set it as an adjourned pretrial with the date of
July 20th at 10 o'clock.
It should be a Tuesday date. Is that Tuesday? Sorry. Because it should be on the misdemeanor DV docket.
It might take her a moment to find that date.
Yeah, no problem.
What venue is that? I'm sorry. Oh, the DV. Thank you. July 26th at 9:10 with Judge Oakley.
Pretrial, July the 26th, 2022 at 9:10 a.m. in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Moisizian?
No, that's it. Thank you. Mr. Patar.
Anything else, Mr. Patar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Connors, your next date is July the 26th at 9:10 a.m. in courtroom number 2, ma'am. Have a wonderful day.
Your Honor.
Ms. Connors, I'll give you a call later, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Nelson, did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yeah, I do actually.
You want to head into my meeting room?
Would you
I don't
please?
think I have that power.
All right, I'll move. I gotcha.
Good morning, Mr. Bowditch.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Wade Carter is here. Have you spoken with him this morning?
No, Your Honor, I need a breakout room with Mr. Carter, if I could.
It looks like he's in with one of our clerks. If you sit tight, Mary Ann will get you put into a room with him in just a moment, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Robinette, have you spoken with Mr. Hatchett this morning?
I have not yet, Judge.
We're just now getting to the 9:15 time, so we'll wait. As soon as he appears, do you need to speak to him?
Not to my knowledge, no, Judge.
Okay, sit tight. We'll get back with you here shortly, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. This is 2S40502578, State of Michigan versus Amir Mays. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 9:16 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear as directed by the court, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. I have not seen Avery Cooper this morning yet. Still early though, sir.
Oh, okay. I can give him a
Thank you.
call.
Do you need to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes.
Okay. We'll get you queued up in her waiting room. Did you speak to Mr. Wade, Mr. Bowditch?
Mr. Carter? No, not yet,
Carter,
Judge.
thank you. Okay. This is 22L5521110A. This is Wayne County Sheriff's versus Ricky Mitchell. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 9:18 by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear as directed by the court, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%.
Mr. Bowditch, do you need a breakout room, did you say, with Mr. Carter?
Yes, ma'am, if I could.
Sure.
This is 192635 SM, State of Michigan versus Jacqueline Murray. This matter was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 9:19 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear as directed by this court, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%.
Mr. Carter, you need to join breakout room 11, please.
This is 22BL00414ASM. This is State of Michigan versus Carrie Nielsen. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 9:20 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear as directed by this court, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%.
Milo.
Heather,
Yes, Judge.
to what
I'm
do
your-
we owe the pleasure?
I'm your clerk now. Michelle's got civil.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marianne, I think I'm gonna go out in the hallway and break up this party.
Do you want me to, I can call the security.
No, I'm just gonna march across the hall because this is not working for me right now. Oh, here's Mr. Parker. Wonderful. Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you, sir?
Great. Thank you.
Ms. Nelson, are we ready?
We are ready on Osborne, but obviously, we need Bryn, and she is currently speaking to another attorney.
Before we call Ms. Osborne, I'm gonna call one other so that Corporal Millisor can get on his way. Mr. Parker, did you need to speak to your client?
No, I don't. I'm ready to go. I have Mr. Daly and I have Miss Sims.
I see that there's a couple ahead of you.
Okay then.
Any update on Yakes?
On who?
I'm not speaking to you, sir. I'm sorry. I'm talking to the court staff. We were looking for someone who was in custody. Not you, ma'am. We got you.
Me. Heather said that Division 2 comes in later.
Okay.
Like if it starts to say.
Good morning, Mr. Hatchett.
Good morning.
Do you need to speak to your client, sir?
No, I'm ready to proceed.
I'm waiting for the prosecutor to come back out, and then there are a couple of cases ahead of yours. If you sit tight, we'll get back to you
Well,
shortly.
I may as well talk to him. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, break out. Thank you.
This is
Right.
22WM00854SM. This is State of Michigan versus Brian Johnson. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:45 a.m. It is now 9:31 a.m. by this court's clock. Ms. Bailey, I'm calling this matter because Millisore has been here for quite some time. The defendant has failed to appear. How do you wish to proceed, ma'am?
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move for a bench warrant.
Actually, this is the first failure to appear in this matter.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No worries. Matters will be set for show cause. Millisore, thank you so much for your patience this
Oh,
morning.
no problem, Judge. Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
You too.
Now, thank you. Now, 221200FY, State of Michigan versus Osborne. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Service, P77960, on behalf of Mr. Osborne, who is present here on Zoom. And I apologize for Mr. Osborne's tardiness. That is on me. I told him we were in Judge Green's court, so he had some difficulty logging in.
Fine. State your name for the record, please.
Imani Osborne.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we have received discovery, which is very voluminous in this matter, hours of body cam footage. So to give me proper time to review that and review it with Mr. Osborne, Bryn and I discussed setting a preliminary exam for August 10th.
August 10th, at what time?
1 o'clock.
All right.
August 10th, 1 p.m., live here with me in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else, Ms. Nelson?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Osborne, August 10th, 1 p.m. here in courtroom number 1 with me, sir. Have a wonderful day.
All right, you too as well. Thank you.
Are we ready on Shirley, Mr. Batar?
We are, Your Honor.
These are 2S4068589 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus David Shirley. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people.
Daniel Batar on behalf of David Shirley, Your Honor. Mr. Shirley is present on Zoom. Sir, can you state your name for the record, please?
David Shirley.
Thank you.
Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding with the arraignment?
Judge will waive a formal reading and stand mute. And then we're asking for a pretrial at a later date so the prosecutor can look into reissuing these tickets in the company name instead of the individual's name. This was a company truck.
In the interim, we'll set Mr. Shirley's bond at 1,000 personal. Mr. Shirley, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is appear at all future court dates until this matter is resolved. The court will adjourn the pretrial to
July 20th at 10 o'clock.
July 20th at 10 a.m. That will be back here on Zoom with me in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
If I could just get a copy of the ticket whenever Your Honor and the staff and your staff has a moment, I'd appreciate it.
What I will do is set the file on the rail, and next time a court officer comes through, I'll have him get a copy of that ticket to you. Anything else, Mr. Batar?
Judge, I'll be on vacation that week, but that's fine. You can leave it on that date. And my comrade, Mr. Bowditch up there will, I'm sure, take care of it on that day. And Mr. Shirley, I'll talk to you before that day anyways, okay?
Okay.
It'd be my
Mr.
pleasure.
Shirley, we're all set, sir. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley. Maybe not. Ms. Nelson, you were ready on more?
Yes.
This is 220459FY. This is State of Michigan versus Moore. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Service, P77960, on behalf of Ms. Moore, who is currently appearing via Zoom from the Wayne County Jail.
Good morning, Your Honor. Aisha Moore.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moore. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Nelson, how are we proceeding?
I will just note for the record, for whatever it's worth, that Judge Green did grant Ms. Moore a PR bond with Tether last week. And for whatever reason, the Wayne County Jail has taken its sweet time in releasing Ms. Moore, but we're hoping she will be released this afternoon. This is a similar situation to Mr. Osborne, in which there's voluminous body cam in this case. And in order for Ms. Moore and I to properly review that and prepare for the exam, we're asking it to be adjourned until August 10th.
Adjourning the PCC?
No, to set it for an exam, sorry.
Oh, okay. Live exam on August the 10th, 2022 at
1:30?
11:30?
What? No, not 11:30.
1:30.
It's Judge Green at 1:30. 1:30 p.m. here in courtroom number 1, August 10th, 1:30 p.m. courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Nelson?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Moore, I will see you here on August 10th. Have a good afternoon.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All the best to you and your staff.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
This is 210442FY, State of Michigan versus Brianna Sims Neal. Oh.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Good morning. NDS Detroit by James Parker on behalf of my client, Miss Brianna Sims Neal, P53832.
And Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
today's the date and time set for PCC. We had referred Miss Sims Neal to a forensic evaluation Part of it has been completed. The criminal responsibility, which is the main part, has not. Based on that finding, it will help us make our decision in terms of whether or not Ms. Sims Neal will be eligible for possibly some mental health program at circuit court. So we're asking the court to adjourn this. She completed her evaluation. Now they're in the process of writing up the evaluation, but the forensic evaluator, after I talked to him last week, said he is still waiting on a few records.
Any comment, Ms. Bailey?
I leave it up to this court's discretion.
We will adjourn it. How long of an adjournment are you looking for, Mr. Parker?
Could we have the end of August, please?
August 24th?
That'll be a good date.
That's far enough out where Mary Ann, we probably don't have anything scheduled as of yet, so we'll put the PCC on August 24th at 9 a.m. in courtroom number 1, back by Zoom again. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Parker?
I have nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Sims, I will see you here on August 24th, ma'am. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
This is 220287 FY. This is State of Michigan versus. This is the Christopher Daly matter, Mr. Parker. I don't.
Yes, it
am I
is.
missing Mr. Daly? Hold on one second.
He's
I
in
don't
the
see your
Livingston.
client as of yet, sir. It's only.
He's in the Livingston County Jail, Your Honor, and I think the court had notice of that, but I can speak to it.
You're saying the court had notice of it. I'm just flipping through the file. I don't see that.
I believe your court clerk emailed me and told me that a Deputy Boyer said that they would not be able to put Mr. Daly on Zoom today. And the court clerk asked me to find out some additional information, which I do have.
Mr. Parker, who did you speak with? Do you remember?
In terms of getting information where Mr. Daly is,
When you say a court clerk, I don't know if you mean a clerk or one of the secretaries.
Me.
Trying to make sure so we can notify.
okay, let me,
It was
let me
Mr.
pull up
Parker,
her
it's not
name.
particular, it's not a life or death thing. I'm just trying to figure out who talked to you that the file's not noted so that we can figure out what's
Her
going on
last
here.
name is it SILANS? I'm in my car. I just can't,
Zalinas,
Yeah, that was me,
that's my
Judge.
secretary.
yeah, I can't switch the screen. Sorry.
You're fine.
Okay.
Mary Ann?
Yes, ma'am. That is,
I see your note now. Thank you. They don't know where the defendant is, could be in transit, but they don't know where. So we are adjourning this arraignment pretrial again.
That is correct, Your Honor. I did get some additional information from my client's significant other. She believes that he could possibly be released later on next week. And that was some of the information I was asked to see if I could find out any additional things. That's all I could find out.
Let's adjourn the arraignment pretrial. If he is potentially going to be released next week, let's say 2 weeks, that puts us on July the 27th.
That's going to be a bad day for me, Your Honor. I do start a trial that day. Could I have another date?
August 3rd.
August 3rd. Okay, I should be finished.
At 9 o'clock, Judge.
August 3rd, 2022 at 9 a.m. And that will be with Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2. Anything else, Mr. Parker?
I have nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Mr. Daly on August 3rd, correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
Okay, then nope, nothing further from the people.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Nunley, was there some update on Ms. McGinty?
No, I have not heard from her, and the only number that I have from her now is no longer working.
I'll get the case called then. This is 220342SD. This is State of Michigan versus Becky McGinty.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. It is a date and time scheduled for our motion, which, we drafted and filed quite a month and a half ago or so. I would ask the court if it would be willing to entertain me waiving her presence for purpose of hearing the motion.
Mr. Nunley, what the court received was a 4-page motion and a few attachments. There's a brief reference, but was there an actual brief submitted?
Yes, there was. It's about 15, 16 pages or something with all the table of contents and everything. I can, of course, resend it to the court.
Would you please, because that's part of the issue is when there's this motion and I received part of it, but not all of it.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if maybe it was printed out and not sent to the court, to my
Which-
chambers in its entirety. Miss Bailey, did you receive a copy of this motion?
I did, Your Honor.
Did you file a written response or did you intend to?
I did not, Your Honor. I did not file one. I don't know if I meant to file a response.
Then let's do this. Let's put it over just 1 week. If Mr. Nunley will send it again, and if Ms. McGinty is not here at that date, we'll waive her appearance. But for right now, we'll just put over the motion and the arraignment pretrial to July the 20th at
10 o'clock.
Mary Ann, 10 o'clock sounds like it's getting full. The 20th at 10 o'clock. And I'll keep an eye out for your full brief, Mr. Nunley.
I will send it today.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Judge, which email should I send it to, or which clerk?
If you would send it to Mary Ann, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Avery Cooper.
Yes, ma'am.
This is, I'm sorry, Mr. Batar, were you ready with something?
No, Judge, I just need Miss Bailey when she gets a chance.
I also need Miss Bailey in
Okay.
the breakout room.
Heading in.
I also need Miss Bailey.
Wait, before you do, I thought Mr. Cooper's attorney is here. It wasn't Mr. Bailey, it was Daly, it was somebody else though, wasn't it?
Mr.
I'm
Bowditch,
not
can
getting
you
a
join,
response.
can you join breakout room 12?
Yes, ma'am.
Clients there, yep.
Let me just call the Robinette matter and then Ms. Bailey can go into your breakout rooms. This is 220446FY, State of Michigan versus Ryan Robinette.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
William Hatchett, John, I appear on behalf of Mr. Robinette, P23350.
Mr. Robinette, state your name for the record, please.
Ryan Hunter Robinette.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Hatchett, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I need some time to try to put some documents together. Hopefully we can work out a resolution. I'd ask 3-week adjournment.
I'm sorry, how long of an adjournment, sir?
3 weeks?
3 weeks?
Yes.
That will put us on 1, 2, 3, August the 3rd.
That'll be fine, Judge.
That's fine, Your Honor. Just for the record, I will not be the APA here that week. I will be out on vacation.
Well, then maybe we better move it, Ms. Bailey, because I'd rather that the case stay with you, if you don't mind. To the following-
I'll be back the next week, or I will be here the week before as well.
Okay, I'm just waiting on to compile my documents that we'll be using in mitigation.
So August 10th?
August 10th is perfect, Judge.
In there.
Mary Ann?
Yep, I'm looking right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
At 9 o'clock.
Very well.
August 10th at 9 a.m. in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the people.
Anything else, Mr. Hatchett?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Robinette, thank you for your patience. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You too. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Call me, Mr. Robinette.
Mary Ann, Ms. Bailey will go in and talk to who's waiting for her. We'll get everybody else identified, matched up, and if there's other people who need to go in the breakout rooms with their clients, this will be a good time to go.
Is anyone there?
Yes?
Oh, okay. It just went quiet. I didn't know if I was still connected.
Yep, you're fine.
Thank you.
Mary Ann, if you could throw me into the breakout room with Bryn whenever she gets back. I'm here on Mr. Dowder and I need to speak with her first.
Gotcha.
Hello,
Yes.
good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Everett. How may I help you?
I am here on the case of Michael Moore.
Scheduled at 9:30?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I was in a sentencing in Madison Heights that took longer than I thought it would.
Do you need to speak to Mr. Moore?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. There's at least one case ahead of yours. There's a 9:15 that the court's waiting to call. Do you need to speak to Miss Bailey, the prosecutor?
Yes, please, if I could, Judge.
Okay, you'll be moved into her waiting room.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Bowdish, were you ready with Mr. Carter?
Judge, we're ready on Brian Johnson.
That case was called at 9:30. Hold on.
That's what the prosecutor said, Judge. He was in a breakout room talking to me.
Brian Johnson.
Yes.
Yes.
The case was called at 9:31. Ms. Bailey was on the record. I will recall it when she comes out and see if we can find the attorney for Avery Cooper as well. Unbelievable.
Jessica Bird, can you please join the breakout room to speak with your attorney?
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Oh, Mary Ann, looks like the party started back up again.
I think you're right.
Mary Ann, may I have a breakout room with Thomas Dowder whenever you have an opportunity?
You bet.
Thank you.
This is a recall of 22WM00854SM, State of Michigan versus Brian Johnson. When the court called the case at 9:31, the representation was that Mr. Johnson had not appeared, but he was here seemingly in a meeting room with Mr. Bitar. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Brian Johnson, Your Honor, what the court stated was accurate.
Mr. Johnson, state your name for the record.
Brian Johnson.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment pretrial in this matter. Mr. Bitar, how are we proceeding?
We'll waive a form reading stand mute, Your Honor, and we're asking for a pretrial at a later date so the prosecutor can make a decision on an offer.
In the interim, Mr. Johnson's bond will be set at $5,000 personal. Mr. Johnson, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to participate in these proceedings until the matter is resolved. The pretrial date will be
July 20th at 10:30.
July 20th at 10:30 a.m. back on Zoom with me in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else, Mr. Bitar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, have a good day. I'll see you next week.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a recall of 22WM00692SM. This is State of Michigan versus Avery Cooper. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Luke Geringer appearing on behalf of Avery Cooper, P85677.
Mr. Cooper, state your name for the record, please.
Avery Cooper.
Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Geringer, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, after speaking with Ms. Bailey, there's still discovery issues outstanding, namely, neither the people or I had received discovery from the responding law enforcement agencies. And Ms. Bailey, it's my understanding, is in the process of trying to obtain that. At this point, there is, neither of us had anything on this file. And at this point, we would request one more adjournment as to see if we can get that evidence.
How long of an adjournment are you looking for, Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, Mr. Geringer and I talked about August 10th.
August 10th?
Yes.
Give me 1 second, please.
Yes, ma'am.
At 9 o'clock, Judge.
August 10th at 9 o'clock. That will be in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else, Mr. Geringer?
You said that will be in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. Is that in person or via Zoom?
By Zoom, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
This is 2S4066809SD. This is State of Michigan versus Wade Carter.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Carter. Your Honor, I need a breakout room with Ms. Bailey.
Hold on for one moment. Let me get a few more things cleared up and then we'll get you moved into a breakout room with her.
Thank you, ma'am.
Michael Moore. Did he? What happened? Is Attorney Everett still waiting to speak to Ms. Bailey? Yes, he is. Mr. On the matter of Solis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor.
This is
Are you calling the case?
190703. This is 190703 FY State of Michigan versus Solis. Ms. Bailey, I have your appearance. Thank you.
And good morning, Your Honor. Abed Hammoud on P54908 on behalf of Mr. Solis.
Mr. Solis.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your name for the record, sir.
Jorge Solis.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Hamud, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, last time we're in court, I spoke to Ms. Bailey, who did confirm to me after the court appearance that she contacted the victim who's still around. This is an older case and willing to proceed. Based on that, we're going to waive the preliminary examination. I spoke to my client about his right to preliminary examination. He understands and he's ready to answer the court's questions about that.
About the waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Solis, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Sir, you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where the prosecutor will have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime. Mr. Solis?
Oh, I'm sorry. It cut in and out. Can you repeat that one more time?
I said, you understand, sir, that you have an absolute right to have preliminary examination where the prosecutor would have to show that both a crime was committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing the standard, sir, you wish to waive your right to have that exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything?
No, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court waives your exam, you'll be bound over to the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice for an arraignment on the information.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, it's your desire again to waive that exam.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hamud, inasmuch as you and your client appear on Zoom, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize the court to sign the waiver on your behalf
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor, and I discussed this with him as well.
Any objection from the prosecutor on the waiver?
No, Your Honor.
Inasmuch as the parties have agreed, court is now signing the waiver in this matter. Mr. Solis will be bound over as charged for an arraignment on the information, the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. That arraignment date will be July the 27th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Mr. Solis has previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Solis?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Solis, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Bailey, if you want to go meet with who you need to meet with, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Batar, had you spoken with Mr. Mitchell?
I'm ready on Ricky Mitchell and Teron Crawford, Your Honor.
This is a recall of 22L55211-0AOT. This was Wayne County Sheriff's versus Ricky Mitchell. Mr. Batar, just so you're aware, the court did call the case at 9:19. Mr. Mitchell was not here. He did not arrive until this case was scheduled at 8 o'clock, so he had not arrived. He was not in your waiting room. But now you've had a chance to speak to him. How are we proceeding in this matter?
Daniel Batar, on behalf of Mr. Mitchell, Your Honor, waive a formal reading, stand mute. He is going to plead to allowing an unlicensed person to drive.
Mr. Mitchell, state your name for the record, sir.
Ricky Darnell Mitchell Jr.
Thank you. Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You put your hand down. You had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Batar this morning?
Yes, that's the attorney, right?
Yes, sir. And is it your intention to plead guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes,
You understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you will not have a trial of any kind?
yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
okay,
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
no, ma'am,
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
yes,
Mr. Mitchell, is it true that on March 23rd, 2022, the Wayne County Sheriff's found you to have allowed an unlicensed driver to drive, and that would have occurred in the city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan?
yes, ma'am,
Satisfied, Mr. Batar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mitchell, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. The original charge of driving while licensed suspended, revoked, or denied will be dismissed. Any comments before fines and costs are assessed, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, the court will assess a $100 fine, $100 in costs. There's $75 crime victims fee. There's a $50 show cause fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. Are you able to pay that within 5 days, sir?
can I get 10?
14 days to pay, sir.
All right,
You can go online to the court and pay it. You can bring it to the court, or you can mail it to the court. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Batar?
What was that total, Judge, on fines and costs, please?
Thank you. $395, sir.
Thank you, nothing else.
Before you go, there is another case. There is 22WM00182OT. This is a driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied from February 10th, 2022. There is a bench warrant set, Mr. Mitchell. The court will recall the warrant.
thank you.
We need to set it on the airport docket for you to meet with that prosecutor.
What am I being charged with by the airport? What by the
You had
airport?
it's another driving while license suspended, sir.
For the airport?
Yes, sir, from February 10th, 2022.
Only time I only other charge I ever had by them was for when I got into my car accident back in December.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yeah,
it's showing as, I'm looking at the ticket right now. February 10th, 2022, 2:27 a.m. Ricky Darnell Mitchell Jr., driving while license suspended at Wayne near Vining. We'll get a pretrial date for you here just a moment.
August 4th at 10:10.
August 4th,
Yeah, that's-
2022 at 10:10 a.m. What'd you say, Mr. Mitchell?
no, I was saying, I was sitting here thinking like,
Mr. Mitchell, your
They,
bond in that case will be set at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is appear and participate in these proceedings until they are resolved. I would note that you have other outstanding matters with the court. You owe a total of $950. Please contact the court's collection department to resume payments in these other matters, okay?
okay,
Have a good day, sir.
all right, thank you.
Was it Crawford, Mr. Attar?
Yes, Judge.
This is 2S407-3473 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Crawford.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Crawford, Your Honor. He's present on Zoom. Mr. Crawford, can you unmute yourself, state your name for the record, please?
Taylor Crawford.
Mr. Bitar, for purposes of arraignment, how are we proceeding?
Waive a formal reading, stand mute, Your Honor. And there is an offer. My client will plead responsible to the seatbelt offense. The remaining charges will be dismissed.
Mr. Crawford, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear from testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You put your hand down. Yeah, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bitar this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it your understanding that you'll be pleading responsible to the seatbelt violation and the other cases would be dismissed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on June 13, 2022, Michigan State Police found you in the city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, to be in violation of the seatbelt law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crawford, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the sole seatbelt violation. That's the C file. The other cases will be dismissed. The total fine and cost in this matter, Mr. Crawford, is $65. Are you prepared to pay that within the next 5 days?
May I please get 14, Your Honor?
To pay $65, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. I am currently unemployed.
14 days to pay. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bitar?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Crawford, you're all set. 14 days to pay. Have a good day, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready on Mr. Bowditch? Thank you. 2S4066809SD. This is State of Michigan versus Wade Carter. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Carter, still waiting to speak with Ms. Bailey.
This is 220168SD. This is State of Michigan versus Michael Moore.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Thomas Everett appearing on behalf of Michael Moore. Mr. Moore, will you please unmute yourself and identify yourself for the court?
Hello, this is Michael Moore.
Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Everett, how are we proceeding?
There are additional negotiations, Your Honor. I would ask for a 2-week adjournment. I think we will have a plea on that date. And I would ask the court's indulgence to allow us to adjourn it to the 27th of this month.
July 27th at
8:30.
8:30 a.m. That will be in number 2 with Judge Brian Oakley. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Bailey? Oh. Anything else, Mr. Everett?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too. Have a good day, Mr. Moore.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bowditch, please go to her breakout room.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Yeah, who?
My
I
phone
can't tell who that is.
This is
Which
Wade
breakout
Carter.
room is Ms.? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Carter.
I was disconnected. I don't know what happened if I was supposed to be in the breakout room because I heard my name being mentioned.
I called your case, sir, but no, you're fine. Just sit here, keep yourself muted. Your attorney is going to speak to the prosecutor.
Which breakout room, Marianne, is Ms. Bailey?
She's
It's labeled as.
Do you see it, Jeff? It's her meeting room.
I don't think I can move around. I'm on an iPad. I'm in the building.
Oh, I sent you an invitation.
Oh, okay. Got it. No, that's for Vitar.
This is 220289 FY and 201685 FY. These are both State of Michigan versus Timothy King. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam Mofsissine on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by way of Emily New, P85234 on behalf of Timothy King. And Your Honor, I'd ask to waive Mr. King's presence for this setting. He's having issues logging in, and it's my understanding that this will be a dismissal. And I'd ask for just a short adjournment so that Mr. King can get on and we can move forward with resolving the cases.
What's the trouble logging on, ma'am?
I'm honestly not really sure. I'm having now a hard time getting in touch with him this morning. I talked to his mom. She's going to go try and help him, but he's just not here yet, is my understanding, and that's about all I know. Though I have had contact with him and his family recently.
How short of an adjournment, ma'am?
1 week, would that be possible?
Mary Ann will check the schedule.
Yep, 10:30.
We'll adjourn them to July 20th at 10:30 a.m. back here on Zoom with me in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, that's it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Ma'am, if there's a technology issue he has, the court has Zoom room available downstairs. Thank you.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Was that it for you?
That was it. Very short docket this morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Mary Ann, I was put into Dan Bitar's breakout room.
We are ready on Doubter whenever the court is ready.
I need just 1 quick second, please.
It's Jeff, it is Miss Bailey's. Dan Vitar just happens to be in there right now.
Oh. Thank you.
This is 22. Do we not have a prosecutor? That could be the problem.
I don't want to interrupt, but can I please ask again what was said for Wade? I didn't get it the first time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carter.
Yes,
Mr. Carter, I just can't hear you, sir. You wanted to interrupt for what, sir?
I said, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you had said the first time, and I was waiting to try to respectfully interject.
You're fine. Listen, your attorney has gone into a room to meet with the prosecutor. I'm able to see you, so if you sit tight when Mr. Bowditch comes out, we'll get your case called as soon as possible, okay?
Okay, I heard. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, do we need Ms. Bailey for Doubter?
I don't need her. Now, we've already worked out a plea.
This is 220365 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Thomas Doubter. May I have your appearances, please?
Yeah, Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. After speaking with Ms. Bailey and my client, he wishes to avail himself of the plea tendered by Ms. Bailey, which would be pleading guilty to the assault and battery charge under 771.
Mr. Doubter,
Yes, Your Honor.
raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley regarding the plea offer in this case,
Yes, I did.
and you wish to accept the plea from the prosecutor to plead guilty to the assault and battery, understanding that sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of time.
Yes, I do.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to enter the plea?
no, ma'am, Judge.
You understand if I accept this plea, you will not have a trial of any kind. You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on May 16, 2022, in Huron Township, County Wayne, State of Michigan, that you did in fact make an assault or an assault and battery upon one Jennifer Motti, contrary to MCL 750.81 sub 1?
I was just taking the plea, but there was no assault. I don't know what to say, Your Honor. I just want to end this all as quickly as I can.
No, Mr. Doubter, if you're saying that there was no assault, then there is no plea in this matter, and the court is happy to schedule the matter for trial. Mr. Nunley, would you like to go back into a breakout room with your client?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
No, ma'am. Ma'am, no, Your Honor.
No, which part, sir?
I'll accept that there was a assault. I need to put an
Mr.
end
Nunley?
to this off.
Did you want to inquire any further of your client?
So, Mr. Doubter, is it true that you were living with the alleged victim in this matter?
No,
Okay, so could I go into a breakout room with him, Judge? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Wait. Not wait you, Mr. Nunley, wait me something else. Ms. Dornick?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Yates, I know that Heather indicated that they came on later, and I see you, and I keep moving the file over and back and over and back, and I just want to make sure.
I don't know where the jail is, Judge. I mean, that's the problem.
I understand. Heather is on, let's see. if we
Honestly, I
can-
think Mr. Washington and I want to adjourn the PCC for a week anyway, so is that something we can do?
Is Mr. Washington? This is, let's do it this way then. This is 210940 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Joshua Yates. May I have your appearances, please?
And good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Dornick appearing on behalf of the people, P79420.
And good morning, Your Honor. Earl Washington, Neighborhood Defender Service, P31383, on behalf of my client, Mr. Joshua Yates.
This matter was scheduled for 8:30 a.m. It's now 10:35 a.m. I don't believe that we've had an update as to where Mr. Yates is, or I'm sorry, that's not the proper terminology. On getting Mr. Yates on camera this morning, Ms. Dornick just indicated that the parties would be seeking an adjournment. The court would have no objection to waiving Mr. Yates' appearance for that purpose.
And I'm in agreement with that, Your Honor.
How long of an adjournment, Ms. Dornick?
Judge, if we could just have till next week, that I think that'd be fine. I sent over the discovery on this case to Mr. Washington just this morning. he does have another case pending with both Mr. Washington and myself.
And
Let's
that,
put this matter,
that'll be
I'm
fine.
sorry,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Washington, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna
We'll
say,
put the
I
matter
agree with that.
over. Put the matter over 1 week to July 20th at 8:30 a.m. back here with me in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Dornick?
Not from the people, thank you.
Anything else,
Nope.
Mr. Washington?
No, we have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. I will see you both next week. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Sure, thank
Okay.
you, Your Honor. Have a good week.
Yeah, thank you. Have a
You
good
too.
week, Your Honor.
Mr. Perlman, did you need to speak to the prosecutor in this matter, or were you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, I was briefly going to ask to speak to the prosecutor.
They'll move you into her waiting room and she'll get to you in just a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are people here for Ms. Collins. I don't see Ms. Collins, though. That's not an invitation to speak. Ms. Nelson, were you ready on something?
We are asking for a 1-week adjournment in Byrd, and I know Bryn isn't here, but Ms. Byrd has been here since before 10 a.m. So
You're asking for a 1-week adjournment in Byrd.
yeah, 1-week adjournment of the PCC. The prosecutor and I are kind of working towards a resolution in this case, and we both need to do a little bit of legal research, but we're hoping to avoid an exam.
Ms. Nelson, I need your help. When I ask what you're here for, and you tell me what it is, then I'll call the case, because that's when the clerks start taking note of it. Because when you start talking and then I call the case, you'll just have to say it again.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's fine. This is 220-456 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Jessica Marie Byrd.
Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Ms. Byrd, P77960. Ms. Byrd is present here via Zoom today.
Ms. Nelson, please state your name for the, I'm sorry, Ms. Byrd, please state your name for the record.
Jessica Marie Byrd.
Thank you. And Ms. Bailey is here now. Ms. Bailey, I just called Jessica Byrd's case.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Ms. Bailey, Ms. Nelson just indicated to the court that there would be an adjournment of this matter. The parties are working towards a resolution.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Nelson and I have some more research, a little bit of research to do, and then some discussion with Ms. Lucy Byrd, the listed complaining witness. But I think we're very close to reaching a resolution.
Is 1 week sufficient, or do you need more time?
I think 1 week should be fine, Your Honor.
Marianne will see if we have space available next Wednesday, the 20th. I'm not sure what we have left open in the
One more opening, it's at 10:30.
I have a in-person exam in Frank Murphy at 10.
So we'll go another week, maybe the 27th.
Yes, at 10:30.
July the 27th at 10:30 a.m. That will be in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the people.
Anything else, Ms. Nelson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Byrd, thank you for your patience this morning. The 27th with Judge Oakley. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Mr. Bowditch and Mr. Carter.
Ready on Carter, Your Honor, also on Mr. Booth.
2S4066809SD. This is State of Michigan versus Wade Carter. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Carter.
Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, this is we're still waiting for a little bit of discovery on this. We need some blood results on an OWI.
Mr. Carter, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Wade Carter.
Thank you. How long of an adjournment?
I'm not sure, Miss Bailey, what do you think?
I'm not sure when the incident occurred. I don't have the information in front of me.
May 30th.
Your Honor, it usually takes about 2 months to get blood results back. So I think early August should suffice.
August 10th, maybe?
Yes.
Give me 1 second, I'm sorry. At 9:30?
August 10th at 9:30 in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank
I have
you.
a question.
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Since it's postponed to August, do they send out another driving permit? Cause the one that I had wasn't for that long.
Mr. Carter, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I was asking, since they prolonged it to August, do they send out another driving permit?
That I do not know. Mr. Bowditch, do you know?
You may be talking about a 769G form, Your Honor. I don't know. It is a matter that is to be carried with you until the matter, or something has to be carried with you. So I think it's a police matter, more so than a court matter, because I think the police issued the 769G permit. So, Mr. Carter, you probably have to check with the police, because that is what you're supposed to be officially driving on.
Okay.
Thank you. This is 220445 SM, State of Michigan versus Ashton Booth.
Ready, Your Honor.
Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Booth. Your Honor, today's date and time set for pretrial in this matter. Mr. Booth wishes to plead guilty to the charge of domestic violence, with the understanding the matter would be taken under statute 771 for a period of, Ms. Bailey. The only thing we didn't talk about is the period.
I'll leave that up to the discretion of the court.
We would suggest to the court 6 months, Your Honor.
Mr. Booth, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Ashton Riley Booth.
Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And is your understanding that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty as charged to the count 1 domestic violence?
Yes, ma'am.
And that sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Booth, is it true that on June 15, 2022, in the city of Romulus, that you did in fact make an assault or assault and battery upon one Samuel Booth, a resident or former resident of your household?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Booth, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of domestic violence. as agreed by and between the parties. Since this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months. Any comments before costs are assessed, Mr. Bowditch?
No, other than to tell Mr. Booth, there are no other conditions that you and I discussed. I believe the no contact order will stay in place.
Okay.
The no contact order stays in place. The court will assess $200 in cost. Mr. Booth, are you able to pay that within 5 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Booth, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the 6-month period of time, the court will pull the file and administratively dismiss it at the conclusion of the 6 months. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
This is 220491 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Tanae Collins. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Tanae Collins, Your Honor. She's present on Zoom. Ms. Collins, can you state your name for the record, please?
Tanae Collins.
Today is the day and time set for the pretrial. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we need some more time. We're hopeful of a possible resolution in this case. We're asking for a pretrial at a later date, and we would like to address a bond condition.
How long of an adjournment are you looking for, Mr. Batar?
Judge, if you want to put it on the 26th, that's fine with me. I'm sorry, does it have to be a Tuesday?
27th?
It has to be a Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah, 27th later in the morning, if you could. Could we do it at like 10:30?
That's what we have open, yep.
27th at 10:30 with Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2. Your request as to bond, Mr. Batar?
Your Honor, right now, there's a no contact provision with the minor child. We're not asking you to necessarily allow the child back home. We're asking you to lift the no contact provision and replace it with whatever CPS wants. So if CPS allows visitation or the child to return home, we would ask that to be the bond condition. CPS is involved in the case at this point.
Any comment, Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, I'm fine with that. Just as long as it matches with what CPS recommends, then I have no objection.
Thank you. When this court arraigned Ms. Collins on July the 5th, there was indication that the bond would be reviewed at the pretrial, and the court will at this time grant the defendant's motion and modify the bond to allow contact with the minor children as allowed and or directed by CPS.
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Collins, good luck to you, ma'am. Your next court date is July the 27th. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks, you too.
Your Honor, I don't believe I have anything else. I'm going to log off.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. This is 220492 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Moses.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Jamia Moses, Your Honor. Ms. Moses is present. Ms. Moses, can you state your name for the record, please?
Jemiah Moses.
It's the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Judge, we're asking for a pretrial at a later date. I will need discovery from the prosecutor, and I'm sorry, a final pretrial at a later date where the complainant must appear. And if we could do the 27th at 10:30 as well, that would be great.
I'm not sure if they have spots available on that date. Give me one moment. Mary Ann will check.
Thank you.
Yes, it's at 10, one at 10:30.
July the 27th at 10:30 in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. Final pretrial complainant must appear. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Just when was the date of offense, Your Honor? And when was the last pretrial that we had?
July 3rd, 2022. This is the first pretrial.
Okay. Your Honor, the file hasn't made its way to my office yet. I have nothing. And I don't know if I will be able to get subpoenas out in time for that date without the file. And there's nothing on evidence.com that I can even share to with Mr. Bitar to be able to get it. I'd ask instead of a final, just a regular pretrial.
Mr. Bitar, the court will concur with Ms. Bailey. This is a relatively new file. It will be set as a pretrial with Judge Oakley on that 27th date. That gives her an opportunity to get the discovery over to you as requested. And if you want to make that, renew the request for final pretrial with Judge Oakley, absolutely proceed in that fashion. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bitar?
I have no issue with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moses, 2 weeks from now with Judge Oakley. Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Recalling 220365 SM State of Michigan versus Dowder.
Once again, Your Honor, Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. I had an opportunity to speak with him in the breakout room, and I believe that we are ready to move forward with the plea at this time.
Mr. Dowder,
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
my question to you was on May 16, 2022 in Huron Township, which is County of Wayne, State of Michigan, did you commit an assault and battery upon Ms. Jennifer Motti?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, do you wish to inquire any further of your client?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied, sir?
I am satisfied.
Satisfied, Ms. Bailey?
Yes, Your Honor, I am satisfied.
When we started previously, I don't know that Mr. Nunley, you indicated what the period of the delay in this matter?
We did not agree on a specific set time. I would ask the court to impose a 3-month delay.
Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, I think I'll leave it up to the court's discretion. I do think that 3 months is a little short. But I'll leave it up to the court.
Mr. Nunley, I'm going to set it as a 6-month delayed sentence. Court will impose costs of $300. Mr. Dowder, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $300 in costs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Dowder, please contact the court's collection department. You can go online to the court's website. There's a contact us button. You can drop down and submit a request for a payment plan, or you can call the court and speak to the collections department. Sir, during the next 6 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses, the court will review the matter for administrative dismissal, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All of the other terms of your bond remained in place. Thank you so much for your patience this morning. Mr. Dowder, have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Walker.
Hi.
This is 182822 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Christina Walker. May I have your appearances, please?
My what?
Daniel Bitar on behalf of Ms. Walker, Your Honor. Ms. Walker is present on Zoom. Ms. Walker, can you state your name for the record, please?
Christina Marie Walker.
Thank you. This is showing as an arraignment pretrial this morning. Mr. Bitar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive a formal reading, stand mute. We're asking the court to set this for a final pretrial at a later date where the complainant must appear. And the APA indicated she would get me discovery.
In your conversation with her, did you indicate that you would be requesting a final pretrial, Mr. Bitar?
I did, Your Honor. She did not indicate any
Final.
objection.
Final pretrial will be,
July 27th at 10:30.
July 27, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. That will be in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else, Mr. Bitar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, good luck to you, ma'am. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You
Ms.
too.
Walker, I'll give you a call before that next court date, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm all
Mr.
set
Perlman,
for
did you
now.
have the opportunity to speak? Yes, ma'am, you're all set. Mr.
Thank
Perlman,
you.
did you have the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor? Oh, no. Ms. Nelson,
Yeah,
what do you have left, ma'am?
Ms. Hawkins, and I was speaking to her in a breakout room and I think she got stuck there.
She did. Good morning, Mr. Hargrave.
Good morning. How are you?
I am super. How are you?
I'm blessed. I can't complain.
The way that you are identified indicates that you are waiving your right to speak to the court-appointed attorney. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
If you sit tight for one moment, when the prosecutor comes back out, we'll get your case called, get you on your way.
Okay, perfect.
This is 182450 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Armika Thomas. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Morning, Judge Jeff Perlman on behalf of Armika Thomas, P80517.
Thomas, unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
Armika Thomas.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Perlman, how are we proceeding?
Judge, we still have not received the discovery. We requested it multiple times. I mean, at this point, we have not gotten it. I just spoke with the prosecutor and Ms. Bailey indicated that she would be looking into it, but Your Honor, at this time, it's our second PCC and we've been requesting discovery in various ways. And I mean, I just asked to dismiss this matter. It's a 2018 case. And if the court, or rather the prosecutor has, finds the evidence, then they could reissue it if need be. But this is our second PCC and I requested discovery the day he was retained on, or he was arraigned on the case. So
Your Honor, this is the first request that I have received. This is the first date that I have appeared on it. It is an older case. I don't know anything about a prior PCC date.
Ms. Bailey, I think we did send you a request on July 7th.
The court did receive a request for discovery asking for a copy of the complaint, the police report, police body cam dash video of the arrest, as well as any blood, urine, and or breathalyzer results in the above matter. Mr. Perlman, this court does not see a previous request for discovery. I've now written in the file that discovery is requested. We can adjourn this matter for a brief period of time. Your request to dismiss the case is denied. How long of an adjournment do you need to provide discovery to Mr. Perlman, Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, I'm not sure. I need to request it from the officer in charge and get the original jacket.
2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month?
Let's do 2 weeks.
2 weeks puts us on 7/27.
Judge, it's gonna have to go out to August 3rd at 9 o'clock.
August 3rd at 9 a.m.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. August 3rd, 2022 at 9 a.m. That will be in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else, Ms. Bailey, in this
No,
matter?
Your Honor, nothing from the people.
Anything else, Mr. Perlman?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, August 3rd with Judge Oakley. Have a good afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is 220397 FY, State of Michigan versus Stephanie Hawkins.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Services, P77960, on behalf of Ms. Hawkins, who is present here on Zoom.
Ms. Hawkins,
I'm here, sorry.
state your name for the record, ma'am.
Stephanie Marie Hawkins.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Nelson, how are we proceeding?
We would like to seek a 1-week adjournment of this PCC. Brenda and I discussed that this case involves a parallel case in Washtenaw County and trying to figure out where that's at as we explore how to possibly resolve this matter.
Mary Ann, we'll see if there's any space available on the 27th.
No, there isn't. It's August 3rd at 9 o'clock.
I'm on duty that day and then Frank Murphy, but let's give it a shot.
August 3rd at 9 a.m. in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Nelson?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Hawkins, August 3rd at 9 o'clock with Judge Oakley. Have a good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you.
These are 22BL00503. These are A, B, and C, all State of Michigan versus Edwin Hargrave.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people. And Mr. Hargrave is present.
Mr. Hargrave, state your name for the record, sir.
Edwin Hargrave Jr.
Mr. Hargrave, the way you are marked indicates that you're waiving the right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes.
Is there a resolution of this matter, Ms. Bailey?
Yes, Your Honor. The people are going to nolly-pros all 3 charges. The defendant has remedied all 3 of the issues that stopped him on the date in question, and as that he has remedied them, the people have decided to nolly-pros.
Any objection, Mr. Hargrave?
No, ma'am.
The files are all dismissed, sir. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. You all have a good one.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson is here, I think, for a waiver. Hold on one second before I have. But we also have, I'm sorry, Mr. Robinson, give me one moment. We have an earlier scheduled case. Jonathan Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
These are 22VB0118 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Jonathan Robinson. State your name for the record, please, sir. Turn your video on as well.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people.
Take your
Morning.
cap off, sir. Thank
Skip
you.
it. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Robinson.
Mr. Robinson, the way that your file is marked right now indicates that you're waiving the right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that accurate, sir?
That's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time?
I said, did you have a chance to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Bailey, is there a resolution of this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people will be dismissing count 1, and the defendant will be pleading responsible to count 2.
Mr. Robinson, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. You had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning,
Yes, I have.
and it's your understanding that you'll be pleading responsible to the impeding traffic, and the misdemeanor driving while license suspended will be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, sir?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Robinson, is it true that I'm sorry, before I ask you that question, Mr. Robinson, I want to make you aware of the fact that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the police agency that issued the citation to you. My husband would not be aware of these charges of your case or that you were appearing in front of me this morning. Do you still wish to proceed with your plea?
Yes, I do.
Sir, is it true that on June 18, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you impeded traffic
Yes.
The court accepts your
Sorry.
plea of responsible to the impeding traffic and will impose fines and costs of $180. The misdemeanor driving while license suspended is dismissed. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that $180?
Yeah, could that be extended, please?
Extended to, how long do you need, sir?
I'm sorry.
How long do you need to pay $180?
Maybe if I could get another week added to that, that would be great.
14 days to pay. Anything else,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Robinson?
No, ma'am, that would be all for me.
You have a wonderful afternoon, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
This is 220200FD. This is State of Michigan versus Darius Harris.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Steve Robinson appearing on behalf of Darius Harris.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Mr. Harris, state your name for me, please, sir.
Darius Harris.
Thank you. Today, this matter was actually scheduled for an in-person preliminary examination at 1:30 this afternoon. This court received communication yesterday that the preliminary examination would not need to be held. Is that accurate, Mr. Robinson?
It is, Your Honor, and my apologies to Ms. Bailey. I actually called Ms. Gillis to talk to her, not realizing she's not at the court anymore. So I just wanted Ms. Bailey to know that I wasn't trying to avoid her.
Oh, that's fine. We're all good.
Mr. Harris, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Harris, you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And after reviewing this matter with your attorney, Mr. Robinson, you wish to waive your right to have that examination.
Yes.
And Mr. Harris, you're doing so freely and voluntarily? You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything?
No.
You understand that if the court accepts the waiver in this matter, you'll be bound over as charged, and these proceedings will be transferred down to the circuit court.
Yes.
And again, sir, you wish to waive your exam and be bound over as charged.
Yes.
Any objection from the people as to the waiver?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Robinson, inasmuch as you and Mr. Harris appear by Zoom, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize the court to sign the waiver on your behalf
Yes, Your Honor.
and on behalf of your client?
Dearest?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, this court will accept your waiver as being freely and voluntarily given. You'll be bound over as previously charged. Your next appearance date will be the arraignment on the information, which will occur on July the 27th, 2022 at 9 a.m. again at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else in this matter, Ms. Bailey?
No, nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, thank you for logging on early today. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
I see that your formal hearing is here. Ms. Bailey, did you need to speak to the parties?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm sorry, before you go, I see that Ms. Kirkland is here.
Hi, Your
Kirkland,
Honor.
what are
Yeah.
you here for, ma'am?
Yes, hi, Your Honor. I'm scheduled for a preliminary exam this afternoon at 1 p.m. I was going to request an adjournment, and I apologize for the last minuteness. I did let your clerk know that I was in New York for a surgery. My dad has emergency surgery today, and they just pushed it back to 1, so I would not be available at 1. So I was requesting if I could get an adjournment.
This is 220122 FY, State of Michigan versus David Franklin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Kashava Kirkland on behalf of Mr. Franklin, PA4015.
Ms. Kirkland, have you communicated with Mr. Franklin that you would be on this morning requesting this adjournment?
Yes, I have talked to Mr. Franklin. He is okay with the adjournment. He could not log on because he's at work right now, but I have talked to him.
How long of an adjournment do you need, Ms.
Would it be possible to do it first week in August?
Not the first week, but maybe August the 10th?
Okay, that works for me.
At 2 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you and your family.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Now, Ms. Bailey, for your formal hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
You wanted to speak to them?
Yes, let me start with Ms. Guthrie. And then I'll talk to Mr. Blasky. Yeah, give me 1 minute.
Ms. Bailey, you're a co-host. You can move people back to your room if you want to.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Judge, you don't need me anymore, do you?
Mr. Batara always needs you. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I had the volume down, Judge. What did you say?
No, sir, that concludes the docket for the morning. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Wonderful. Take care. Bye, Mary Ann.
See you, Dan.
Mary Ann, they just don't get how witty I am. This is 220454 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Tyler Rorich. This matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9 a.m. It's now 11:17 a.m. by the court's clock. The defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause.
Your Honor, do you see an Officer Alex Brown anywhere?
I don't, but there was somebody in the hallway. Give me one moment. This is 2S40408111 SI, the state of Michigan versus Thomas Blask.
Lasky, Judge.
Lasky, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Judge, I'm Tom Blasky, appearing on behalf of myself. My P number is 26760. I know the maxim that Lincoln offered, but I still think I'm up to the task. I hope so.
Mr. Blasky. This matter was scheduled for formal hearing at 11 o'clock this morning. Ms. Bailey inquired whether or not Officer Alexis Brown was present. This court left the bench, went out in the hallway. There's no officer out in the hallway. There's no one on the court's virtual main session identifying as the officer in this case, Officer Brown. No one is responding to the call. How are we proceeding, Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, the people cannot proceed to formal hearing without the officer. So at this time, I think Your Honor has no other option than to dismiss.
Any objection to the dismissal, Mr. Blasky?
No.
The matter is hereby dismissed. Mr. Blasky, have a wonderful afternoon. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you.
There's a trial at 11:15.
Yeah, let me check and see if I have any witnesses. I don't see anyone on Zoom, but let me check out in the hallway, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Mary Ann, I let them know that the 1 and 1:30 weren't going, so there will actually be a little lunchtime.
Okay.
This is 7S31540598. This is State of Michigan versus Sean Orset. A 2017 case. Look at Miss Bailey. Oh, smiley and happy.
We try. I also do not have anyone here on Mr. Baptiste's case, Your Honor, so I cannot proceed.
Oh. Mr. Baptiste,
Yes.
turn your video on for me, please, sir. This is 9S3496562 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Baptiste. State your name for the record for me, please, sir.
Azael Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste, these matters were scheduled for trial at 11:15 a.m. The prosecutor has just informed the court that she has no witnesses and she is unable to proceed. Based on that, these matters will be dismissed unless you have any objection to the dismissal.
I don't have any objections.
Then, Mr. Baptiste, the matters are hereby dismissed, sir. You have a wonderful afternoon.
Is there any fees that I gotta pay?
Any what?
Any fees?
K-E-Y-S?
No, fees, like F-E.
Fees.
Yeah.
Is there some fee you want to pay?
No, I was just asking.
Your cases are dismissed, sir. The court doesn't, cannot impose fines and costs on a dismissed case.
Okay, thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Miss Bailey, there's one other matter. I was going to call it, but it's a 2017 case. It's 7S3154059A. This is State of Michigan versus Sean Orsett. And I just wanted to know, he has not appeared this morning, but because of the age of the case, I wanted to check with you to see if there was something else going on in this matter.
I was muted. I don't have a file. I don't have any information as to why this would need to be continued. It's a driving license not valid. And as Your Honor said, it's from 2000 and, is that 7 or 17?
17.
If he were here, I'd be inclined to discuss it with him to bring it down. But I'll leave that in Your Honor's discretion as to what we should do with it. Maybe a show cause.
The matter will be set for show cause. Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to check because of the age of the file, and Mr. Orsett was in contact with the court back on June the 22nd and was provided this date. But inasmuch as he has failed to appear this morning, matter will be set for show cause. Thank you so very much. And then I think that concludes our morning docket. I'm not sure if everyone is here yet for the 11:30 cases. The court will take a brief recess. Brief is less than 10 minutes.
Hey Royce, you want to meet me in my breakout room? Please?
I don't think I have the ability to move myself.
Oh, I gotcha.
I think it's gonna dismiss.
All right, let me go talk to Lauren Anderson real quick.
They're supposed to be, but here they are. The only problem is your weapon's downstairs. Are you okay with that or you don't? Appreciate you bring them up.
Correct.
Yeah, they're gonna put you on here with your other attorney. Let's move you down here then, just so. Can you hear okay? You think down here? All right, Brent, I've got him with me. I'm gonna put you guys in my waiting room. I'm not gonna go in there. All right, there you go.
Hi, Miss Anderson.
Hi, Judge.
Hi, no, it's Mary Ann.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Just wanted to ask you, is it gonna hold? Are you waiving? Judge wants to know.
Holding if they're trying to go forward, I think there might be a witness issue. And then I think, the misdemeanor's been resolved, it sounds like.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ready to resolve the misdemeanor whenever the court's
Okay,
ready.
all right. The judge is coming out. Thanks.
Do you want us to come into the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thirty-fourth District Court now.
Thank you. You may be seated. This is 210588 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Hezekiah Hudson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Royce Nunley. Oh, sorry.
This is the misdemeanor matter. Mr. Nunley is,
Yeah, Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Your Honor, we have reached a resolution in this matter whereby my client will be pleading guilty to the reduced charge of brandishing in exchange for dismissal of the original charge of the reckless gun.
state your name for me, please, sir. Mr. Hudson, are you able to hear Mr. Nunley?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your understanding that you would be tendering a plea of guilty to the reduced count of brandishing?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that the original reckless use of a firearm would be dismissed? Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this afternoon, you will not have a trial of any kind? You can put your hand down, I'm sorry. You will have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor. And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty? Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty? Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true? I'm sorry, before we go any further, Mr. Nunley, I don't see an indication in the file that you and I had the conversation that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make this disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing public safety agency. My husband would have no idea about Mr. Hudson's case, even that he wouldn't have any idea that he was on the schedule for this afternoon. Are we still prepared to proceed with the plea this afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hudson, is it true that on July 18, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you brandished a weapon?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that weapon would have been a firearm, a handgun? Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied.
Satisfied, Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of brandishing. Mr. Nunley, any comments as to fines and costs before they are imposed by the court?
We'll leave it to the discretion of the court. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hudson, the court will impose a minimal fine in this matter of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee, $50 warrant fee, and another $40 late fee. If you're unable to pay this amount within 5 days, you can stop downstairs at the court's collection department and set a payment plan in the misdemeanor matter. Understood?
Yes.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Nothing further on the misdemeanor matter, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Have a great afternoon.
This is 220241 FT, State of Michigan versus Hezekiah Hudson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191 on behalf of Hezekiah Hudson, who's present.
Your name again, sir? Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the people are not prepared to proceed. There is an officer here, however, it is not the officer necessary. And a further review of the file, I did indicate to Ms. Anderson that I might be amending, but a further review of the file, I don't believe that I would be able to do so and be able to make the probable cause necessary for this preliminary examination today. Your Honor, in that case, we move to dismiss this time.
This matter having been scheduled at 11:30 a.m., it's now being 12:01 p.m. by the court's clock. Necessary officer not present. Defense motion to dismiss is granted. Mr. Hudson's bond in this matter will be returned to him less any processing fees due to the court. Anything else in this case, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor, nothing further from the people.
Anything else, Ms. Anderson?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hudson, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good afternoon.
You as well.
What's going on here?
Mr. Bryant is a member of MDOC.
Did you say a member?
He's housed in MDOC. He's an inmate with MDOC. Inmate's probably a better word. He's been granted
Well,
membership.
the way you said it
by the
suggested
MDOC.
that,
I was trying to be polite about it. I don't know if there's really any polite way to.
well, I couldn't see the patch and
Oh,
the
okay.
uniform wasn't clicking in my head and it was just too many people for what I thought was going to happen. So I always get a little. It doesn't help that we had an interesting morning. And I'll leave it at that. This is 210616 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Bud Bryant Jr. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service Detroit by now. Helps P83355 appearing on behalf of Mr. Bud Bryant Jr., who is also present in the courtroom. Mr. Bryant, can you please state your name for the record?
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the live preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the people are not ready to proceed.
Your Honor, the defense will move for aid.
Ms. Bailey, why are you unable to proceed?
Your Honor, the witness that did allegedly observe the defendant attempt or enter the home in question is not present, and without him, people would not be able to make the probable cause necessary.
The defense motion to dismiss is granted. There was a surety bond posted previously that will be released less any fees due to the court. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Phelps?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Good luck to you. The 12:30. You can come in. There's nothing going on right now. You're welcome. You may be seated. This is 210145FD, State of Michigan versus Jeffrey Todd Omens. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of people, P84009.
And good afternoon, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Services, Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P83355, and Mr. Jeffrey Owens, who's also present in the courtroom to my right. Mr. Owens, can you please state your name for the record?
Jeffrey Todd Owens.
Thank you. Today is the date and time set for the in-person preliminary examination. There is count one, operated while intoxicated and impaired under the influence of controlled substance, third offense. Here's a misdemeanor of driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied, or letting suspended person operate that accompanies this file. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have one preliminary issue. I do have an intern who, if you would be willing to have your Zoom on, would love to watch.
My Zoom is on
Okay.
and we are streaming.
Oh, you're streaming also?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, then I'll just give her your YouTube.
Okay. Any other preliminary matters, ma'am?
None from the people.
Oh,
Carrie Pemberton,
She's on Zoom, I'll just leave her there.
you won't see her unless you want to see her.
But she can see out.
She can see me. She's coming in right now. Good afternoon, Ms. Pemberton.
Good afternoon.
May I approach your reporter, Mark Hanson?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Your first witness is,
Sergeant Ahmed Qasim.
if you would state your first and last name and then spell them for me, please.
Ahmed Kassim, AHMED, Kassim, KASSCM.
Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you much. Come up here, please. Have a seat in the closest chair to me. My secretary, Mary Ann, will be taking down your testimony. If for some reason she is unable to hear you, I will ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I noticed that you brought up some papers with you. Could you just turn those over in front of you on the ledge? Thank you. Could you please restate your name for the record?
Sergeant Ahmed Kassim,
And Sergeant Casson, how are you employed?
police officer with the Huron Township Police Department,
And how long have you been employed by the Huron Township Police Department?
approximately 6 years,
And how long have you been a sergeant?
less than a year.
Were you employed by Huron Township on August 3rd, 2020?
Yes,
Did you in fact work on that day?
yes.
Were you on foot or in a scout car?
I was on patrol in a patrol vehicle,
Was your patrol vehicle fully or semi-marked?
fully marked.
What does that look like?
Black patrol vehicle with Huron Township markings and overhead patrol lights
And were you by yourself or with a partner?
by myself,
And were you in full or modified uniform?
full uniform.
What does that look like?
Blue pants, blue shirt with Huron Township markings, badge with my name, body cam, full duty belt.
Thank you. Did your duties as a Huron Township police officer take you to Huron River Drive near Ellis Street?
Yes,
Is that in Huron Township,
yes,
Wayne County?
yes.
What, if anything, were you doing there?
I was driving and I observed a moped traveling, I believe it was westbound,
Okay.
westbound on Huron River Drive.
And I'm gonna stop you there. What time of day was this?
It was evening time.
Evening, evening or night?
No,
Night, okay. Had you just gotten on your shift or how long have you been on shift at that point?
I'd have to see the time at the stop. I started at 7 PM.
Okay. Does around 11 o'clock sound correct?
Yes,
Okay. So let's start with what you observed the moped doing.
I observed it swerving from the middle lane to left of center, and then it had a headlight that was out.
Did this moped have more than one headlight or only one headlight?
I don't recall.
Okay, but the headlight that you do recall seeing was not operable.
Correct.
And the swerving, and you said it was left of center, does that mean that it was entering the other lanes adjacent to it, or was it just swerving within the lane?
It was entering that left lane. It wasn't going to the middle lane.
Thank you. And what, if anything, did you do after observing this?
I turned around and conducted a traffic stop on the vehicle.
And did the vehicle stop?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do after stopping your vehicle and the moped?
I made contact with the driver and advised him the reason for the stop, and then conducted field sobrieties.
And do you see the driver here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and tell me something that he's wearing?
Over there, gray t-shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you first approached, was the defendant the only person on the moped?
Yes.
And when you approached him, did you inquire as to anything about his person prior to conducting the field sobriety tests?
I advised him the reason for the stop and asked him for his license, registration, and insurance. He advised me that he didn't have a license.
Okay. Did he provide you with any of the other documentation that you requested?
I don't recall.
So what, if anything, did you do next?
I could smell an odor of intoxicants coming from his person. I asked him how much he had to drink. Then I detained him at the moment until my partner showed up, and I placed him in the back of the patrol vehicle.
And did you place him in the back of the patrol vehicle before or after the field sobriety tests?
Before.
And when did you conduct the field sobriety tests?
Once my partner arrived.
Which partner?
Officer Longenberger.
Can you please spell that for me?
Can I look at my report?
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do so.
Longenberger, first name Jordan.
Thank you. So once Officer Longbanger arrived, what did you do?
Conducted field sobrieties.
And what was the first field sobriety test that you completed?
I did medical questions first, asked him if he had anything wrong with him, if he was taking any medications, anything that would hinder him from taking the test. He stated no.
And then what did you do?
I did a HGN test.
Is that the horizontal gaze nystagmus test?
Yes,
And did you explain that test to the defendant?
I did.
And did you conduct the test?
I did.
What, if anything, did you observe during the test?
Lack of smooth pursuit, onset prior to 45-degree, and then nystagmus at maximum deviation.
What did you do next?
I asked the defendant to conduct two other tests, the walk and turn and the one leg stand. He stated that he couldn't perform them because his legs hurt, so they were not conducted.
What did you do next?
He was based on my observation, he was placed under arrest.
So aside from the lack of smooth pursuit and the maximum deviation, did you observe any other signs of intoxication?
And the onset prior to 45-degree.
What about his speech? What was his speech like?
His speech was slurred, his eyes were red shot and watery, and he was unsteady on his feet as well.
What did you do next?
Once he was placed under arrest, I read him his DI 177 rights verbatim, and he consented to a blood draw.
And when did he consent to the blood draw? On the scene, or did you go somewhere else before he consented to the blood draw?
I would have to look at my report.
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do so.
I believe it was on scene.
What, if anything, did you do after obtaining the consent for the blood draw?
We went to the hospital to do a blood draw.
And did you observe a blood draw happen at the hospital?
Yes.
Do you recall who you observed conduct the blood draw?
The nurse,
Do you recall her name?
I would have to look at my report.
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do so.
RN, registered nurse Katina Farley at Henry Ford Brownstone.
And did you observe her take the blood test kit from your, did you provide her with a blood test kit?
I provided her with a unsealed, or I'm sorry, a sealed blood kit from Michigan State Police.
And did you observe her conduct the 2 test draws?
Yes,
What, if anything, did you do after the test draws were completed?
they were placed back in the box, sealed and initialed by the RN, and then he was transported back to the jail.
And what, if anything, did you do with the now sealed test for MSG?
It was turned over to the evidence locker.
And did you receive a test result back for the blood?
I did,
Would you recognize that if I showed it to you?
yes.
The record that people are showing, Ms. Phelps, what is marked as people proposed 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer, what have I just handed you?
So laboratory report referencing case number 200014879.
And is this the laboratory report that you received back in this case?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate representation?
yes,
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
don't believe so.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move for the admission of the people's 1. No objection to the purpose of the preliminary.
It will be received for purposes of preliminary examination only.
And Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to publish the people's 1, which indicates a blood analysis of 0.10.
180.
180, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Officer, Sergeant, I'm sorry. At any point, did you have conversations with the defendant?
We spoke throughout the interaction, yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Phelps.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Officer Casson, is that correct?
Casson.
Casson, I know you just told me in the hallway, and I
It's
still
okay.
messed up. Okay. I'm gonna ask you some questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, will you ask me to rephrase?
Yes,
Great, okay. Did you review anything in preparation for today?
I reviewed some of the body cam.
Okay. And do you recall which portion of the body cam you reviewed?
I believe the first 15 minutes.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm just going to join your Zoom room also. I anticipate that show part of this body cam.
I'm not sure if we've had this conversation before, but when you're going to show a video, if you let us know beforehand, there are cables that connect at your table and we can show it to everyone at the same time.
Okay. Yes, sorry. I
No
do
worries.
actually have some of those cables too, but the
Officer
Zoom room
Garcia has them just because
is
it
faster.
fully integrates our entire courtroom and
Oh,
everyone
okay.
can see at the same time.
Okay.
I'm bringing you into Zoom. That is not who I was expecting to see over there. Tim? Because otherwise, no one's going to be able to see it. I don't want that back. You wait one moment for that to come up.
I don't need that yet, but just have that ready. Great, thank you. Okay, so back to this incident. So you testified that you pulled over the moped for having a headlight out.
And swerving.
Okay, so let's talk about that swerving. So you testified on direct exam that you saw him go into the left lane, is that correct?
The center lane, which would be my left lane.
Okay, and so is that something that you would put in your police report?
Yes.
So the term swerving left to center, is that, can you explain what that means?
So left, so that left line, left to center, so if you left to center.
So are you indicating that he crossed over the barrier line of his lane? Or he
So
was
it's a-
swerving within his lane, like from the center of the lane to
So
the,
there's one lane going this way, one lane going this way. There's that center lane. You hit that center lane. You didn't necessarily cross it, but you would
okay.
hit it, which is an indication of.
So
upper
so
lane.
he stayed in his lane, but he went up to that center lane line.
He hit that lane, so he did not stay in his lane.
Okay, so when you say he hit that lane,
He drove over that center line.
okay. And then, so you pulled him over and he stopped,
Yes,
okay. And you found out that he didn't have a license.
correct.
And at that point, you detained him for driving without a license?
I detained him at the moment, yes.
Okay, and then you put him into handcuffs?
Yes,
Did you read him his Miranda rights?
no,
So at this point, you decided to detain him for the driving without the license, correct?
correct,
And this was back in August of 2020.
correct.
Did your department have any changes to their arrest policies due to COVID at that time?
There were a few, as in what?
So I'm asking if driving without a license, if that's something that you would arrest somebody for at that time.
Yes,
Okay. And so your department, that's the Huron Township Police Department, didn't have any adjusted policies?
there's nothing that say we can't put anybody in handcuffs and put them in the back seat.
Okay, okay,
I advised them he was being detained.
okay. So he was being detained, so he wasn't being arrested for the driving while suspended, like without a license?
He was being detained at the moment.
Okay. And you indicated on direct exam that you thought he smelled of alcohol before you detained him. Is that correct?
I could smell an odor of intoxicants coming from his body.
Okay,
from his
but
person.
at that point, you didn't think that this was something that you would investigate for driving while intoxicated. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. I was waiting for my partner to arrive so I could further investigate.
Okay, and when your partner arrived, you told him he smelled a little, but nothing. He just had no headlight on.
Are you asking me if I said that?
That's what you said.
Are you asking me or?
Yes, that's a question.
Can you repeat the question?
You told your partner that he smelled a little bit, but of nothing. He just had no headlight on.
If that's what I said in the body cam, that's what I said.
Okay, so you were just investigating for the no headlight at that point.
No, I was still investigating. I don't have to say out loud what I'm investigating.
Okay, but if you did tell your partner that he smelled a little bit, but nothing, that doesn't mean that you didn't think that this was worth an investigation of a DUI at that point?
Are you asking me if it wasn't worth an investigation or?
Yes, I'm asking, I guess, when you say that to your partner, aren't you indicating to him that you didn't think that he smelled that much?
I said I smelled a little bit, and then if I said nothing, I don't remember what I said, but if I smelled a little bit, I obviously smelled something to further investigate the traffic stop.
Oh, obviously you smelled something, okay.
You said I.
Argumentative.
smelled a little
Okay,
bit.
okay, all right, I'm sorry. And so.
I'm sorry. Objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Argumentative. Ms. Phelps' statement was argumentative to the witness and unnecessary and was not formed in a question.
I'll move on, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, you did put handcuffs on him and put him in the back of your patrol vehicle, though, correct? Okay. And at some point, you did ask him if he had anything to drink, correct?
Correct.
And he told you that he'd spilled a tall boy on himself at some point?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would reviewing your body cam refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so I actually don't want to share this. I just want to refresh his recollection.
How do you refresh his recollection without sharing it?
Well, I'm gonna show it to him, but I'm not trying to admit it or publish it to the court. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna approach him if I can get your permission to do so.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
Can I also go up there, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Rather than have you all huddle at the witness stand, is there a reason why you don't want to show it? I don't have a preference. I'm just,
Because Your Honor, it's a portion that, to find the exact part where he says that, I don't want you to have to see the whole conversation. And I mean, I guess I can just show it. up
I'm
there.
saying I don't
If
have a
that's easier.
preference. I don't know if Sergeant wants all of you huddled around
Oh,
him.
okay.
It was mine.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Just one moment, please.
It was just funny. Thank you. We like to watch videos.
What was the question again?
If he had told you that he spilled a tall boy on himself.
Can you turn louder? I can't.
Where's Kim?
Rewind what you said right there. I heard him say that he drank a beer and a half a pint of vodka. I didn't hear that part.
It's not Sunday.
I heard he, yeah, I heard what he said.
Okay, officer.
Sergeant.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. Hello. So your memory is refreshed.
Correct,
Okay, and he told you that he'd spilled a tall boy on himself.
correct.
Okay, and then he told you that he had trouble with his knees, and so there were some field sobriety tasks that he couldn't perform.
I didn't hear that part.
You didn't hear that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about the video anymore.
Oh,
But so you performed field sobriety tests during this investigation, correct?
correct,
And you only performed one test.
correct.
Okay. And you didn't do a preliminary breath test.
No, due to the pandemic, our policy, we weren't allowed to do a PBT.
Okay. And you asked for consent for a blood draw.
Correct.
And did you have him fill out a form about his chemical test rights?
No, I just read it to him verbatim.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect, ma'am?
Briefly, so what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about how much he had to drink after saying that he'd spilled something on himself?
He said he had a couple tall boys and he drank a half pint of vodka.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Thanks.
I have no further witnesses.
Any witnesses, Ms. Phelps?
None for the defense judge.
Your Honor, I move to bind over on all counts as charged. I will reserve argument for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the defense would move for dismissal and object to the bind over at this point. Mr. Ullman's here was stopped for having no headlight for a traffic infraction. And then it was discovered that he didn't have a license on him and was detained for that reason. That should have been addressed and then sent on his way. The stop was extended beyond the scope of the purpose of the original reasonable suspicion for the stop. And I would argue that they didn't have reasonable suspicion to extend the stop. Officer Kassam, testified that he was detained for having no license on him, and that he smelled something, but not very much at that point, and wasn't going to investigate at the beginning of the stop for a driving while operating while intoxicated. So I would argue that the stop was extended illegally here. And then once they did do further investigation, what we heard testimony about was a smell, and then about just one field sobriety test, just the horizontal nystagmus test. They didn't do a PBT. They just went straight to a blood draw here. I would argue that there wasn't enough for the arrest for OWI at that point, and that seizure was unconstitutional. And certainly there wasn't probable cause for detaining him further for that reason. So I would ask for this case to be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey.
Oh, so Your Honor, this officer testified that he observed swerving, an out headlight, and then when he approached the defendant to speak with him, he didn't have a license. That's an arrestable offense. The law hadn't changed yet in August of 2020. Additionally, Your Honor, the officer testified that he smelled intoxicants and he could see watery eyes, slurred speech, all indicators of potential intoxication, which does allow for further investigation, Your Honor. The defendant, when asked, admitted to drinking several tall boys and half a pint of vodka. Your Honor, that's what he said. That's what the officer heard, that's what he testified to. The horizontal gaze nystagmus is actually the most scientific test of all the field sobriety tests, and is usually the only one that we're concerned about when determining probable cause. The other two that were asked to be performed, the walk and turn and the one leg stand, the defendant complained of leg pain and therefore he could not complete the test.
Everything okay? He could not perform the test.
He could not perform the test due to physical limitations of his own person. The COVID-19 pandemic made it to where PBTs, which are not admissible in court, it made it policy that they couldn't perform the PBT test, Your Honor. The next step is a blood draw. Assuming that both the PBT and data master test are both being on hold for COVID, the next step is a blood draw, which Michigan law does have an implied consent law for. I believe that people have met the burden. I don't believe that the stop was illegally extended. This officer had more than probable cause to stop and detain the defendant for both the headlight out and then upon discovery of a no license to continue further investigation. Additionally, smelling, certainly seeing slurred speech, watery eyes, lack of a smooth pursuit does in fact give this officer probable cause, and I would ask that this court find over.
This court has had the opportunity to review the lab report and hear the testimony of Sergeant Kessam this afternoon and will bind Mr. Owens over as charged. The next step in these proceedings is an arraignment on the information which will occur at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on July 27, 2022 at 9 a.m. Mr. Owens previously entered bond with any conditions is continued. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, nothing further from the people.
Anything else, Ms. Phelps?
Nothing further, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Have a good afternoon. Sergeant, do you have a second?
Yes.
Can I approach to get the?
Yep, absolutely. It's right here. You already know what I want.
Updated picture?
Yeah, I've already called everyone.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. How is she? How's the baby?
They're doing good. Hopefully doing good. This is 3 months.
Oh my gosh. Are you still on midnight?
Yeah, I started midnights right before he was born.
I remember. Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's getting very good.
He is adorable.
He's cute.
Good to see you. It's
Good
been
to
a
see
while.
you. I know, yeah. Haven't had a lot of cases, but you guys are busy today.
It's a usual Wednesday. We're
Yeah.
just a little busy on Wednesdays.
All right. It's nice seeing you.
Good to see you. Take care.
You too.
HDMI? I can get you
Oh,
one.
that's a. Well, the question is, do I have an HDMI?
Let's see. Let me see the side of it.
I do.
Yes, you do. I see
Yes,
one.
I have an HDMI, please.
Absolutely.
Thanks. This is one of the nice ones. I think it's brand new, like brand new, brand new. I just got used to zooming in. I'm a Steeler.
So what I got?
No.
We all work in Wayne County, you know how it works, right? Forget this. Forget this one. Oops, sorry.
Now this is gonna be much more complicated than downtown, I feel like, or
Well,
than Zoom.
Let me see if I can get it out of here.
I don't wanna leave meeting just yet, in case that needs to be the backup.
Sorry, say again?
I don't wanna leave Zoom just yet, in case I need to
Okay,
share
no problem.
screen via Zoom.
We want to get it on the big screen.
Yeah, just to.
Nothing's coming out here. I think the judge has.
Okay. Hey, wait 2 seconds, wait.
Is the judge control turning on these screens on and off? Never mind.
I do not know today. You should have known that.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, asking that silly question. Please rise. Ready for district court down session. I will Lisa Martin preside.
You may be seated.
Judge, I have a question for you. Do you turn lights on yourself, or do we turn them on here?
They should be on already.
I got a red light.
They're not on?
It's got a red light on it, and it's got a button underneath it, but nothing's happening.
Are you trying to show something right now, Ms. Bailey?
No, I will be though, and I was trying to make sure that we were all set up.
Unless that has to be on first to make the name.
Is there a video with yellow tubs?
Yep,
No, it's good.
okay.
You can't see it?
I can see it now.
Oh, there it is. It popped up. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want the main screen on, Judge, or no?
I don't think we need it. I think everyone's here.
Perfect.
This is 220106FY. This is State of Michigan versus Lane. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good afternoon, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service by way of Illinois News, 85234 on behalf of John Lane, who's sitting next to me.
State your name for me, please. Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the live preliminary examination. There is count 1, embezzlement by agent or trustee, $1,000 to $20,000. Count 2, larceny in the building. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yes.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters, Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, I would just ask for an exception in the sequestration for my officer in charge, Detective Williams.
Yes, ma'am. Any preliminary matters, Ms. New?
No, Your Honor. And with that, Your Honor, people are prepared to call their first witness, Thomas Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
May I have you come right up to this podium, state your first and last name, and then spell it, please.
First name Tom Jones, my first name Tom, Tom. Last name Jones, Jones.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do swear.
Thank you much. Come up here, please. Have a seat in this first black chair. My secretary is taking down your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll either ask you to raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jones, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at Amazon,
What is your job title at Amazon?
loss prevention specialist,
And how long have you been employed by Amazon as a loss prevention specialist?
approximately 18 months.
And what, if anything, did you do prior to working for Amazon as a loss prevention specialist?
Prior to Amazon, I worked over 20 years at Greektown Casino as a surveillance shift supervisor. And I've also worked as 8 years as a military policeman.
And were you working for Amazon as a loss prevention officer or specialist, I'm sorry, on July 29th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
And did you in fact work on that day?
Yes, I did.
And while you were working that day, did you get called to some sort of investigation, or were you conducting an investigation?
I received an internal tip from one of our managers to investigate the 2 cell phones that were found in an inappropriate location.
Okay, so let's start with that. Where were these cell phones located?
These cell phones were located in a stack of product that was destined to be stowed, which is to be put into storage.
And did you recover these 2 cell phones from this location yourself?
I did not. My security team recovered them and then returned them over to me.
And what, if anything, did you do after recovering these 2 cell phones?
I conducted a video review to determine how the cell phones got into that location.
And would you recognize this video if I showed it to you?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, at this time, people would request to share their screen.
Yes, ma'am.
It went away.
You shouldn't have to do anything.
Oh, okay. Can you
Let's
do
just
something
make
in front of
sure.
you?
I got a blank screen.
Got a red light on there, sir?
Oh, now we got.
It just takes a second.
Okay, I am. All right. Mr. Jones, I want you to look at the screen in front of you. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is camera coverage of the Amazon facility DTW1. The location is the first floor east wing.
And does this appear to be the video that you reviewed in last July
Yes, it is.
that we just talked about?
Yes, it is.
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll move for the admission of the people's proposed 2.
No objection for motion purposes.
Motion granted.
So for the record, this video is entitled Jarellin Theft 7-8-21 long version .mp4. And I will be playing the video from the beginning. And I am now stopping the video at 45 seconds. Mr. Jones, is this the location from which these cell phones were recovered?
Yes, it is.
And is that a proper location for those cell phones to be?
No.
And the person in the yellow, did you recognize them?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Mr. Lane.
And do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and tell me something that he's wearing?
He is right over there. He's wearing what appears to be a black shirt, glasses, mustache and goatee.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know the defendant?
No, I do not.
Had you had any interaction
No, I had not.
Do you know how long he had been working for Amazon at that point?
At that point, no, I did not.
Did you ever learn how long he had worked for Amazon?
I did at one point, but I do not recollect at this time.
Would you have put it in your report?
Yeah, I believe so. It'd be page 1
Of your report?
of my report,
Thank you.
I believe.
Would viewing your report refresh your recollection?
Reviewing my report, yes.
Okay. So, Your Honor, let the record reflect that I'm going to be bringing this new pages 1 through permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Attention to the second page. So review that down to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I'm done.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
How long prior to this incident was Mr. Lane an employee of Amazon?
He was hired October 5th, 2018.
And what, if anything, did you do after observing this video that I just played for you?
After reviewing this video and determining that the phones were in Mr. Lane's possession, I reviewed Mr. Lane's activity and determined what location he came from.
And where did you determine he came from prior to this?
He came from a location defined in our facility as damaged land.
I'm sorry, it's damaged.
Damaged land.
Thank you.
And what is damaged land?
Damaged land is an area designated within the Amazon buildings to hold product that has either been damaged, tampered with, missing items, vendor recalled.
And is there any reason, or was there any reason for Mr. Lane to be in that location on July 29th, 2021?
No, there is not.
And why would that be?
Mr. Lane is designated non-inventory.
And what does that mean?
Non-inventory, they handle it's not product, but it's the material that comes within the facility, like the cardboard boxes we use to ship out, the tape we use to ship out. It's non-inventory, it's stuff we do not sell to the customer.
So at the time he was employed, he wasn't in charge of like packing the boxes or pulling the materials. He was just in charge or working with the actual packaging materials themselves.
Right, he would distribute it he would help distribute it onto the floor. So
To
we're,
people who were packing actual items for
correct.
shipping. Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention back to your screen. Is this the damaged land of which we were just speaking?
Damaged land is to the left side of the video. It is behind the yellow totes on the left side of my screen.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the video that you observed on July 29th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, the people move for the admission of the people's three.
Yes, ma'am.
And for the record, this video is entitled Jarellin Theft 7-8-21 damageland.mp4. And I will be starting the video from the beginning. we'll be stopping the video at 2:48. Now, Mr. Jones, after viewing this video, what, if anything, did you do next?
After reviewing the video, I determined that Mr. Lane had in his possession the cell phones. I conducted a physical search of the bins within damaged land that were slotted for the cell phones recovered.
And would that have been in the area that we saw here on the video?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did you discover upon that search?
When I did the inventory for the bin, the computer said that we should have 12 cell phones in one bin and 6 cell phones in another bin. Physical count conducted by myself determined that there were 7 cell phones in the first bin and only 3 cell phones in the second bin.
What, if anything, did you do next?
After I conducted the physical search of the bins, I put together my theft proposal, which I forwarded on to my regional for approval to have a theft interview.
And who was your regional?
The regional at that time, I believe, was named Will Hampton.
And did you receive any communication back from Mr. Hampton on that day?
On that day, no, but the next day I did receive communication back approving the interview.
Okay. And after getting that approval, what, if anything, did you do next?
I contacted my human resources and my manager, and we set up that we were going to have an interview with Mr. Lane in regards to the situation I had observed.
And what was your supervisor's name at the time?
Jennifer Underwood.
And what about the human resources?
I'd have to look at my report to see which one I referred to. I believe her first name was Haley.
Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection as
Yes,
the
it
human
would.
resources person?
Yes, it would.
Please do so and look up at me when you're done.
I will have to admit, I have a hard time pronouncing her last name because
Could
of
you
the
spell it
spell.
for me?
I will read it off my report if that's okay.
Is that all right with me? Please do so.
First name is Haley, last name is spelled Vegezzi.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Now, did you actually set up this interview with the defendant?
We scheduled it with, through HR.
And was this interview conducted?
Yes, it was.
Who was present for this interview?
Ms. Haley was present, Mr. Lane was present, Ms. Underwood is present, and so was I.
And during this interview, did you observe any paperwork being filled out?
Yes, I did.
What paperwork did you observe being filled out?
I observed Mr. Lane complete a voluntary witness, or voluntary statement, and I also observed Ms. Haley completing the witness note statement.
And did you observe the defendant sign that paperwork?
Yes, I did.
Did you have occasion to view that paperwork after its completion?
Yes, I did.
Would you recognize that paperwork if I showed it to you?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to be showing Ms. New, People's Proposed One. Permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, what have I just handed you?
You just handed me the Amazon Standard Voluntary Statement form.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the form that you observed?
Yes, it is.
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
Outside the People's Exhibit sticker, no.
And is this the form that you observed the defendant fill out that was witnessed by Ms. Haley and Ms. Underwood?
Yes, it is.
And were you a secondary witness at that time?
Yes, I was.
Is there a place for you to have filled that out?
No, there is not.
And why was your supervisor conducting this interview instead of yourself?
Because I was undergoing Wicklander training, which is in interview techniques, and I had not completed my certifications to complete interviews one-on-one.
So was it the practice during the first couple months or however long it took you to get your certification of you to watch your supervisor conduct an interview?
It is the standard procedures to observe 3 interviews with somebody who is certified Wicklander. Then you conduct 3 interviews that are supervised, and then you're certified. I was not certified at the time.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, if people move for the admission of the People's Proposed One.
It's received.
And Your Honor, at this time, the people move for the publishing of the People's One.
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approve?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What, if anything, occurred after the interview was conducted?
After the interview was conducted, we followed standard procedures. Mr. Lane's badge was suspended and he was escorted from the property.
And was it reported to the police?
Yes, it was. It was reported to Romulus PD, excuse me.
And was that the completion of your investigation and involvement prior to the police involvement in your time here today?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I have no. How much? So I know that you stated that in total 7 phones were not in the 2 bins that you looked through.
8.
8?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, I'm gonna object to filing this seizure. Mr. Lane is charged, according to the information, 2 cell phones.
I don't know what you're going to ask, so I don't know your response to the
Your Honor,
relevancy argument.
The relevance, I will limit it to just the 2 because I do believe that my discussions with Mr. Jones, but it is for the value.
Objections overruled.
So I know that we talked about 8 phones missing, but how many phones did you directly correlate with Mr. Lane?
4.
4. And how many of those 4 were recovered?
2.
So that would be 2 phones unaccounted for.
That is correct.
And do you know the value of those 2 phones?
The approximate value is $1,900 for
Your
both
Honor,
phones.
objection. The foundation has seen those values. There would be more of this kind of why he has knowledge of the value, since they were not his phones.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. So when you discovered that there were these 2 phones that were missing and hadn't been recovered, what, if anything, did you do?
We have a program that's called FC Research that allows me to enter in the ASIN.
What is an ASIN?
The ASIN is the Amazon tracking number that we have for each individual product that comes into our facility. Now, granted, if I have 200 cell phones of the exact same make and model, they all have the same ASIN assigned to them. With this ASIN number, I'm able to find what product is assigned to it, and the sheet that comes up with the assigned ASIN has the product's assigned individual value. So I know approximately that each one of these cell phones was worth about $900 a piece.
And is this a standardized inventory system that Amazon utilizes?
Yes,
And did you take the individual ASIN numbers of the 2 unaccounted for phones and enter it into the system?
yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. New.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon. What was your last name?
Miss New,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. Guess I would like to start with going back to talk about damaged land.
Yes,
You testified that damaged land is for damaged, recalled items that aren't, fair to say, items that aren't sellable.
at that time, that is correct.
And so items located and put in damaged land were determined to be unsellable for whatever reason before being placed in damaged land, correct?
That is correct.
And do you know why these missing cell phones were in damaged land, the particular cell phones?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Vendor recall.
And what is a vendor recall?
The vendor that manufactured the cell phones had recalled these particular cell phones. So they were removed from inventory and placed into damaged land.
And do you know why they recalled them? by any
No, I do
chance?
not.
And do you know when they were recalled?
No, I do not.
And once an item is in damaged land, I guess, let me go back. Who is in charge of damaged land? Is there a team or individuals assigned?
It's assigned to the ICQA department, and they're the ones that are they're the ones who delegate if an item is damaged enough to either be destroyed or moved to damaged land.
And
And so an item is destroyed or moved to damaged land?
Yes,
If moved to damaged land, what does that mean? Is it possible it will be?
it could be possibly deemed that could be resold. If it's missing items, they could say, okay, we can sell the individual items instead of the package. It could be determined that the vendor recall and the items are shipped back to the vendor.
So for recalls, items are usually returned to the vendor.
That is correct.
How long does that usually take?
I do not know.
And do you know when? So Amazon still owns the items in damaged land until they're returned to the vendor.
That is correct.
And you testified that the value of phones is based on an ASIN number,
ASIN, yes, ASIN.
and the ASIN number corresponds to a make and model of an item, correct?
Correct.
So not to the specific item,
Not to a individual item, no.
such as like this individual pen versus all pens of this make and model.
No, there would not be an individual ASIN for that one pen.
And do you know who is in charge of the tracking and documentation of items put into damaged land?
I do not have that name.
And that, but you're able to access that information through a computer program?
Yes, I am.
And are you able to see how often that's updated?
No, I don't know when the program is updated.
Do you know that if, for sure, if it would be updated if some of the items were returned to the vendor?
Yes.
They would be updated?
It would be updated if it returned to vendor.
And just because the phones were recalled, Amazon was no longer able to sell them, correct?
That is correct. The vendor said we could not sell them.
And when leaving the Amazon facility, are employees searched?
At that time, COVID restrictions were in force, and we had lowered our search procedures to randomize secondary screenings. And what happens is an individual would walk through a metal detector that is set at randomization, not metal detection. And if it went off as a random generated number, that person is moved to secondary. However, when COVID procedures were in effect, there was a special COVID exit that had no screening involved due to nobody wanted to be personally in contact with somebody who was reporting possible COVID symptoms. On the date in question, Mr. Lane used the COVID exit after reporting possible COVID symptoms. He was not searched exiting our building.
But you did see him leave?
Yes, ma'am.
As you testified, but you saw him leave 2 phones?
Yes, ma'am.
And where those bins, so in the footage where you said you saw Mr. Lane leaving the phones, how close is that to damaged land?
From the location that he would remove those phones from,
Yes.
that's approximately, I would say, about 500 feet.
That's
down.
pretty close.
It's close. It's around the corner.
It was the same floor.
Same floor. He was on the north wing. He deposited them on the east wing.
And that those bins, I guess that the phone was deposited in, those aren't leaving the facility, they're going into storage.
Correct. They're going into what's called stow.
And where is the stow?
The stow is what's called the AR floor, the Amazon robotics floor. And what it is, there's a series of bins that are used to store our product. Stores put the process into the bins, and then the robots take them out onto the floor until that item is bought and it's brought back out the floor.
Okay. So they would go like basically back to a shelving eventually, once the robots.
But it's not shelving, the actual unit itself is the shelving unit.
Okay.
And access to the floor is highly restricted.
Okay. And you were not Mr. Lane's supervisor, correct?
Repeat the question,
Were
please.
you, and you weren't Mr. Lane's supervisor?
No,
in
I'm
any
not
way?
Mr. Lane's supervisor.
You actually have never met him.
No, I've not met Mr. Lane prior to the interview.
And so you were not privy to his exact assignments, is that correct?
I was told of what his assignment was,
But you yourself were not aware?
not till I was informed.
Okay. And what was Jennifer Underwood's role at Amazon?
Jennifer Underwood's role is loss prevention manager.
And you wrote a report in connection with this case,
Yes, I did.
but you didn't include that you were present at the interview in the report, correct?
No, I did not. That's not the standard format.
And why? Because it's a form you're filling out. Can you explain what that means?
What happens is that when we fill out a template that is provided to us by Amazon in a theft interview, it's very specific how we word it. And there is no point in that that says secondary witnesses are put into it.
Okay. And about how long did that interview last?
I'd have to refer to my report to refresh my memory.
Do you still have it with you?
Yes, I do. It's right here.
Just look at that and once you refresh. And is your memory refreshed?
Yes,
And how long did that interview last?
approximately 45 minutes.
And do you know what was discussed in that interview prior to the statement being written?
Yes, what was discussed was Mr. Lane's involvement with the cell phones.
And was his employment discussed at all?
Excuse me,
His employment, his status as an employee discussed at all?
only to confirm that he was currently an Amazon employee.
And he was then escorted off the premises?
Yes,
And he was escorted by someone from the Human Resource Department?
I believe so. I'd have to refresh my memory.
You may refresh.
Thank you.
Look at your report.
Miss Haley escorted him off the property.
And why is that? Why couldn't he just walk out on his own?
That's standard procedure, that anybody who is facing suspension is escorted out either by HR or loss prevention.
And this interview took place 20 days after the initial incident, is that correct?
I believe so,
Something around-
yes.
And was Mr. Lane coming to work and leaving on his own accord before the interview?
Yes,
And did he come to work on his own the day of the interview?
yes.
And was he allowed to decline the interview?
I don't know if that was offered to him.
And do you know if this is the normal procedure for handling alleged thefts within the Amazon facility?
And what procedure are you referring to?
I guess interviewing, just initially interviewing, is that the standard way of resolving these, or is that the standard process?
Standard process to resolve these is an interview.
And then why was he terminated at the end of the interview?
No, he was suspended at the end of the interview.
Was he eventually terminated?
Yes, he was.
And when was that, if you remember?
I know approximately 1 to 2 days after the interview was concluded.
And do you remember Mr. Lane's demeanor during the interview?
He was cooperative,
Did he seem stressed, anxious? You would say just cooperative?
slightly nervous is the best way I would describe it, but cooperative.
Did he ever ask to leave?
I do not recall.
And did this interview take place, was it an office, a conference room?
Conference room.
About how large?
Just slightly smaller than this courtroom.
And you guys were sitting at a table?
Yes.
1 second. So you don't really have any knowledge about Mr. Lane's assignment, personal knowledge,
Personal knowledge, not until I was informed of HR of his role as not an inventory.
but you didn't speak to a supervisor, you didn't speak.
No, I did not.
And I guess going back to the interview, was the door locked during the interview?
No, it wasn't.
And not from the outside, so someone else couldn't walk in?
No, the doors are not locked.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, thank you for your testimony. You may step down, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness, ma'am.
No further witnesses for the people, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. New?
Go ahead.
argument, Ms. Bailey.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for a bind over. We have testimony that on July 29th, 2021, the defendant was an employee of Amazon and had been an employee of Amazon since 2018. At that point, the defendant is seen in an area of the facility in which he is not meant to be. Then 500 feet later, he deposits 2 cell phones, which he had no business being in possession of. Even that 500-foot movement is a larceny. He did not have permission to touch those. He did not have permission to move them. He was attempting to conceal them and to move them, Your Honor. Additionally, there were an additional 2 cell phones that were unaccounted for. The loss prevention officer checked the inventory as well as determined based on his viewing of the security camera that the defendant did in fact possess them. He said that he did see that he had them in the video concealed upon his person. He then exited the Amazon warehouse bypassing the COVID security protocols. Therefore was not subject to searches, Your Honor. Additionally, the defendant did in the People's One admit to taking the 2 cell phones. His employment was confirmed. He did not have permission to take the 2 phones. The people have met their burden of proof, and I would ask for bind over.
We are objecting to a bind over on both counts. I guess I'm going to start with the most glaring problem with the people's case, which is that these phones had no value to Amazon, or perhaps no value to anyone. They were recalled. They were in something called damage land. And so that no value can actually be established. He testified that the number he got is from the general make and model of that phone, not those particular phones, which for whatever reason were recalled and which had no value to Amazon, which were not sellable by Amazon, and which were to be sent back to the maker. So the people cannot establish value here. Value is a necessary element of both charges. And there's just no value that's established, and that actually pertains to these specific cell phones at the time that this allegedly occurred and place. And if you'd like sites for that, I can provide you sites, but it has to be the fair market value of the property in question at the time and place of the alleged theft. The only direct evidence is these 2 phones that Mr. Lane has seen on camera leaving right by damage land, which shows that there was not an intent to criminally defraud. He did not leave them somewhere where he could go collect them later. He actually left them somewhere where, as he testified to, would go upstairs to I think the 4th floor, which is inaccessible, where robots, I guess, manage all that, but it's not accessible to employees. I don't really understand the number of cell phones. Sounds like a lot of cell phones weren't there, or there 2 or there 4. I know for sure on camera he's seen carrying out 2. He puts 2 back. That is not intent to criminally defraud. Don't know what he was thinking, or maybe he changed his mind, which is what the law encourages. Maybe he was doing a task. I don't know. But there's no evidence that there was intent to criminally defraud and then to profit from it. And so, Your Honor, we are objecting to bind over on both counts, as the necessary elements of both charges have not been met in this case. Primarily, the mens rea, which is a specific intent crime with the intent of property, and that the value of the items have not been established as required by law.
So, Your Honor, I would like to direct the court's attention back to the video that I showed of the defendant dumping the phones in those 2 bins. That was not the area that they were meant to be placed in. That is not where they were. They were supposed to be in damage land to be returned to a vendor. Now, a recall does not necessarily mean that they don't have any MSRP. Cell phones and computer bits are highly profitable, especially during this time. The cell phones, computer parts, of which are in cell phones, were in high demand and not easily accessible during 2021. Prices were seen as skyrocketing, Your Honor. It's an argument.
You may continue.
And Your Honor, we do that the defendant did enter that area where he dumped the phones with another person. They seem to be having a conversation. Your Honor, I think that it can be inferred that the defendant thought he was being made and he dumped the phones, or at least 2 of the 4 phones. You can see that they're looking at each other, that they are moving their bodies in connection with each other. And the defendant even looks around him before dumping the phones and like making extraneous movements, Your Honor. Additionally, larceny in a building does not have a monetary value attached to it. I think that there's a question of fact for a trier of fact, and people have established that the defendant did remove from the proper location at least 2 cell phones that he did not have permission to have. And that the value of the phones in question were each $900, roughly. And so whether or not Amazon was actually going to be selling them, they valued it that money, at that amount. And just because someone recalls a phone doesn't mean that it's not usable, doesn't mean that it can't be sold for monetary gain. I think that people have created questions of fact for bind over.
Anything else?
No.
This court has had the opportunity to listen to Mr. Jones review the statement that was received in the evidence for exam purposes, along with the 2 videos, and will bind over Mr. Lane as charged in both, as to both counts, both the embezzlement and the larceny in the building. The next step in these procedures is an arraignment on the information, which will be at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on July 27, 2022 at 9 a.m. Mr. Lane's previously entered bond with any of its conditions continues. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. New? Thank you so very much. Mr. Lane, good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon. Mr. Perlman, are you waiting to speak to Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We'll take a brief recess.
considering. So it's pretty good. Glad that it wasn't a full 11. That's happened before. Yes. It is truly atrocious. No, it's gonna be we're gonna let Emily do the waiver.
Yeah. You can see him on the email.
When I'm out counting.
Yeah.
Like, I think the chiropractor.
Yeah, can you send one out to Rob?
Can you send one out to like out counting? And they always do it.
Super unfair though.
All right. District Court's now in session. The Honorable Lisa Martin presides.
You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 220222 FY, State of Michigan versus Camario Roland Taylor. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Emily Garth on behalf of the people requesting permission to practice pursuant to NCR 8.120 under the supervision of APA Bryn Bailey.
Motion granted.
Good afternoon, Judge Jeff Perlman on behalf of Mr. Roland Taylor.
Your name for the record, please, sir.
Kamara Roland Taylor.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the live preliminary examination. There's count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2, weapons, felony, firearms, second offense notice. Count 3, weapons, ammunition, possession by felon. Count 4, weapons, felony, firearms, second offense notice. And count 5, weapons carrying concealed. Are the people ready to proceed?
The people are.
Is defense ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, however, we are going to wait this matter.
Mr. Roland Taylor, would you stand up for me, please? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You put your hand down. You had an opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Perlman?
Yes.
You understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination where the prosecutor would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And after speaking with Mr. Perlman, you wish to waive your right to have that exam.
Yes.
And you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive the exam?
No, I have not.
The file that's coming down to you requires you and Mr. Perlman to sign indicating that you wish to waive the exam. Ms. Gers, is there any objection from the prosecution?
None, Your Honor.
Sir, once the file gets back to me, I'll sign it as well. Thank you, sir. The waiver form has been signed both by Mr. Perlman and Mr. Roland Taylor. Court's countersigning it. As indicated before, sir, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over to Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. The next hearing will be an arraignment on the information that will occur on July the 27th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else, Mr. Pearlman? Thank you. Mr. Roland Taylor, that concludes this afternoon's matter. Good luck to you, sir. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you. Ms. Bailey?
Yes, ma'am.
I am taking us down. We've been streaming live, but I will take us down and leave the Zoom open so that you may conduct your pre-hearings. When you're done, if you let Marianne know, she will close our Zoom out for the afternoon.
Are those the 315s that I provided? Okay, cool.
You're done, right?
Yeah. We worked everything out.
Oh, so I can take everything
Take
down.
Everything down.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
I try, Your Honor. And thank you so much for being understanding this morning. I live out in Howell, right? And so I was driving down 96 to the 275 M14 96 area. And I took the wrong exit. And then every exit or every ramp to get back onto 275 is completely shut down.
I drove 30,000 miles a year for 20 years. Construction in Michigan happens for every reason and no reason. And I understand, and I appreciate you for calling versus just being late.
No, I was like, oh my gosh. I thought it was gonna be fine, and then I hit, and then the exit to get onto 94 from 275 is also down.
It just closed Monday
Yeah,
though.
yep, no idea.